Good evening. We're live a little bit later today. Didn't get on the computer earlier, but the good news is that usually players do start playing more around this hour anyway. So probably didn't miss too much, and I think that not much has happened with with Brent earlier. Elcon is on a good run right now. Okay. On server or not on server, we will find out. Off server, gotcha. Hazard as well, actually. On server, on floor 9. Well, we'll start from here. Okay. Let me check on Elcon. We did get the permission yesterday to see Elcon on stream. So yeah, actually, very close to 15 as well. Let's get going from here, yeah. So this is Elcon's stream. Alright, so I think Elcon watching VODs right now, that's why the view is frozen. Kinda jumping straight into this run. So this is on the ceiling jump on floor 14. Basically the last thing to do on floor 14, so could be another player joining floor 15. Let's see. No, not VOD, this is live. Happening right now. So needs to jump to the right into the ceiling. We can see this from a new perspective as well, which is exciting. Okay, so jumps into ceiling. Oh, doesn't quite get the push far enough. Is this gonna do anything at all? Elcon trying to still stay on the ledge. Oh, okay. Wood grip can be pretty weird. Oh, hold on. Manages to go a little bit backwards. Well, checking movement. It seems like it will likely flip into floor 14. So I guess Elcon is waiting. Not quite getting like the right line. No, yeah, I mean, Elcon probably didn't know the recovery. There is the plastic right below. And if the car flips, which it should when it gets to the edge, then yeah, it should be fine. Only danger is if it gets somehow stuck. But okay, we'll check with Elcon. So yeah, Elcon is using a plugin that shows the default movement direction. Those are the dots, I believe. This is the first thing I've seen from Elcon's session today. Hello everybody, hello. Default movement, yeah, so basically if you haven't seen this before, the car when upside down usually moves automatically. Right now it's also getting pushed by the quarter pipe, but it's also getting pushed towards the drop down. So we're hoping that it goes there, and Elcon can restart the floor. So yeah, I'm still wondering what the actual like line needs to be there. The main thing is that you want to not get a slowdown while you're going up the quarter pipe. Is it moving still? Default movement plugin. I'm not sure how to read this. If it gets stuck, that's... Yeah, it seems like it's stuck. Not much you can do there, unfortunately. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. I think what Elcon maybe will do next time is just like try to get off the ledge. Because if you get to the plastic below, this is in the beginning of the floor, so you can just restart the floor basically. But yeah, it's interesting. So the slowdown that I was talking about basically happens when the wheels are no longer touching this wall. So the car's underside is kind of on this edge, and you kind of like slide against the wall. And because it's not a plastic wall, you are not going to... Oh no, Hazard. This is not the greatest turtle. What are you gonna do? Has time to think about it. Tries to get into the pool or the floor 10. Okay, that worked pretty well. Good save. Yeah, the pool is actually a little bit further still. But yeah, you somehow need to like get the turbo boost from the ceiling and go with that up on the ceiling. Like turbo boost from the wall essentially, or from the quarter pipes. It is a really interesting section. Kind of hard to like read what's happening there even as you see it. But I feel like Hazard has been doing it pretty nicely so far. We'll see. Maybe Bren as well. Well, Elcon still getting runs in. Hazard here on the ice spin, floor 10. Gets it nicely. No problem. Hammer, Zuzi, Ilya, everybody else as well. Yeah, we're joining in. Kind of just jumped into Elcon's run there. Getting a new personal best, I think, there. On floor 14. But we are indeed deep dipping. So after the pool, there's just this jump that hasn't been much of a problem for the others. So seems like they will. These other guys, Lars, Hazard, and Bren, will have another player on the floor 15 pretty soon. So we are playing Deep Dip, day 25, almost a month in now. Starting this week, and this week could be the final one. Maybe. Possible. So, I don't think much has happened in terms of the leaderboard earlier today. Hazard still first place on the final ice part of floor 15. Pretty much the only ice part as well. Bren hasn't got a new personal best as far as I know. Lars hasn't got a new personal best as far as I know. And Elcon, we just watched, get a PB, yeah. Timo did make it to 11. Yes, I did see that. Yes, Timo's PB, 1176, made it to the first few parts of 11. It's gonna be maybe these first few jumps. So Timo has actually now beaten the ice level entirely. That has to be a huge personal win. And I mean, now Timo gets to actually play the stuff that his skill set is really suited for. So we could still see Timo climb in and get some great runs going. Not impossible. The strats are there. And the mechanical skill is definitely good enough to do all of this stuff. We'll see. Bren had a floor 15 run, but failed it early on. Gotcha, yeah. Getting to floor 15 is already, like, a really important step, though. It's impossible to do a new PB every single day at this point. But if you have the consistency to keep getting to floor 15, that means that you're giving yourself a good chance every day to make progress. And when you make progress, it could be something like Hazard progress, where you suddenly reach not 1, not 2, but like 5 new sections, right? Well, Hazard, no wiggles, no speed slides. We'll see. It's an interesting week for sure. Oh, Granati got to floor 10. 11:39, that should be, that's gonna be before the ice spin. Or, like, it's gonna be the highest point of 10 until the half pipes. Basically. Matt as well, Ixon as well. We have another group of people. Now, with the ice spin ahead of them. Timo said that if he wins, he will take his mod team to Hesburger. We'll see. Sounds great. Hello, Nico. And yeah, I've missed a lot of people in the chat earlier, so hello everyone. Welcome in here. It does seem like Hazard is playing this evening as well. I don't doubt that, you know, everyone's definitely tired and exhausted. But at this point, the goal is so close that you kind of probably just keep going. Yotel, maybe. Landing in. Really clean on this floor. Looking so much easier than before. Full Stealthling, Slim, Zartos, Jare, not Zach, everybody. Spin strategy. Oh, this is a little bit close to turtling. Oh, what's the save? It needs to go backwards, I think. Well, has some kind of a plan? Okay, well, maybe not the ideal one, but oh god. Okay, well, it will land at least. Alright, something. I don't really know if there's any real, like, strategy there. Is there? Like, the thing that I was thinking about is that when you turtle here, if you can keep the turtle alive, maybe, like, trying to somehow, like, go into the half pipe would be the strat, but you need such a specific line for that, and it will still probably fail because you are just not fast enough to clear this gap. That is tough. Yeah, this landing, like, it's so huge that Hazard did prove this spin strategy to work at all. Just slightly fails it there, but at the very least keeps the run going. Question, will this run count since you stream it, or does the run need to be streamed by itself? So for 2 reasons it doesn't count. One, because I didn't start from the beginning, right? This run has been going for 47 minutes almost. So the run needs to be streamed from second 0 to the very end. That's first reason. Second reason is that you do need to stream it yourself specifically. So if you get one of those like 5-hour runs that makes it eventually to the end of the map, you need to stream the entire thing. Getting the blessing. Thank you, Hazard. Let's hope it works out. How long do you predict it will take to finish from the moment floor 16 is reached? It's impossible to say. It could happen in one day, honestly. It would be one of the craziest things to happen in Trackmania, but it's not impossible. Like, all the tricks there are known. It's just like, how specifically do you need to do them? How precise are they, and how many like attempts do you need to actually understand what to do? Because like the mechanics, the techniques, they are known. You do some of them on this map as well. The wheel hang, one of the things that you don't do, but like the dirt wall raid you do, for example. So like I wouldn't be surprised if someone like one-shots one of those like 3 or 4 hardest sections at least. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone only needs like 3 runs to floor 16 to clear the entire thing. And that could happen in one day if they have like a god sort of day. Landing into floor 9. Here we go. Follow-up question, could they play solo and stream on a new Twitch account that nobody knows of? Yes. As far as I know, yes. I don't think there's anything against that. Really, the stream verification is just for the platform that the competition is organized on. I guess you would maybe need to be able to prove that it was your Twitch stream and not someone else's. I'm not gonna say like 100%, but, you know, can it be streamed on YouTube? Sure. As far as I know, I don't think there's anything... Yeah. Hazard has completed the dragon, yes. It's a tough speed check, but Hazard found the line. Bren did manage to land onto the beam as well by now. So Bren did manage to get this one jump further. But then, unfortunately, got stuck on the turbo over here. So Bren has made it to the beam. Hazard has made it all the way through here. Through the dragon. Into the pool. Over the rings. Planets, whatever. Into this point. So here, there's this ice thing. Jumping here, and then the same dirt zoop technique, flick, whatever you want to call it. Gaining speed, landing on ice, and jumping here. And then there's only this snake thing left. And this is floor 16. So there's technically like 2 separate sections still remaining. Probably didn't know how to save it. Do you mean the turbo save? Because there's a reason why Hazard was able to save it and Bren wasn't. I'm not sure how close we are, really. Not sure. Close would be... Okay, But about the turbo, so there's two separate ways to go over a turbo. So one, how do turbos actually work? It's basically the more you're facing towards the direction of the turbo, the more boost you get. This is so that the game wouldn't always be about maximizing your distance across a turbo, because if you always got the same amount of boost, no matter what your line was, then your strategy would always be to go like weirdly, like very diagonally over turbos, and that would, I guess, be weird gameplay. So you're gonna be... Oh, you don't mean the booster lock. Oh, well, I'll explain the outcome, the two possible outcomes here anyway, so, you know. Okay. So, if you go diagonally, you get a little bit less boost than if you go straight forward. The end result, the end, like, speed result should be about the same. And then there is the sideways sort of position, where you go against this wall here. In that position, you don't get boosted at all by the turbo, because it doesn't really know which way to boost you to, when it's supposed to like check like, okay, how diagonally are you going over the turbo? Well, if you're sideways, then you're not going, right? Basically. So it's going to just let you stay still. This is true with gates as well. Yes, floor 6, floor 5 ending has a save that's based on this. You go like sideways across a turbo gate, yes. So when you're in here, you can freely drive backwards and forwards, and you can slowly drift across, and you can, you know, carefully kind of get your car here. But there's a very big difference between being stuck here, which is not stuck, and being here. Because in this position, the turbo is constantly pushing you against the wall, because you are now facing the direction of the turbo. So this is unsavable. If the car is locked against this, the turbo will have that full push, that full power, and you can't counter it at all. You can't drift away from it, you can't go backwards, you can't do anything. So that's basically the difference between those like two ways to get onto the turbo. I do think the 3 finishers will happen pretty quickly after each other. Not within minutes, but within like a couple days. At most. Bren was sideways like Hazard and then maneuvered himself into luck. Probably just a, you know, mistake. I wouldn't read into it too much. I'm sure Bren knows absolutely what to do in that situation. It's just that you do like one bad input, and now you have the turbo pushing you, and, you know, things happen, right? I don't think there's any, like, lack of knowledge of how it works. Definitely isn't. It's just, you know, turbos are tricky, because especially, you know, when you're kind of maybe panicking a little bit, because, you know, you're on the turbo and you know the save, but you have to do it so quickly, and you can't do the proper save, right? Yeah, eShadow, like, I'm pretty sure it's related to maybe, like, the exact line of getting into the turbo, or maybe the next section even. Probably not just about, like, saving yourself in that situation. I don't imagine. Well, Hazard? Oh... Hazard. Well... I should just never talk about the runs. Is it stuck in the tree again? The Massa situation? God. We've seen this before. It's the Massa moment. I think that was a different tree, maybe. Or maybe it's the, I don't know, I think it's the same tree as well, actually. Well, video game. Hello, bun. Mao also, everyone who's turning in. Lars got stuck on a tree on floor 10, and somehow did get out of there. And it was kind of ridiculous. It was like a snow turtle save as well. So yeah, not usual though. I mean, maybe Hazard is able to somehow move from this, but it's kind of dicey. And it's floor 6 compared to floor 10 in Lars's case, so, you know, there's probably more incentive to try to save yourself there if you are higher up, but floor 6 probably not that important to save at this point. End means end of floor 16. Fin means the final, actually finish of the map. So there's like a big jump at the end of the map between end and fin. No new world record yet. Really the biggest storyline of the day is Simo getting out of floor 10. It's been there for like probably a week. But no. Finally getting everything done. Now just needs to do it many more times. But I feel like doing it once is a huge step, because you gain so much confidence by knowing that you've not only can do it but have already done it. So it's really good. 2 weeks even? Wow. 11 will actually be likely easier for Simo. Do you think people are likely to clear the big final jump first time? I don't know. But I will say this. On the final jump, you can try the setup as many times as possible. You go around, and then you test it out, and if you don't really like the speed, or if you just want to see like what kind of speed you get, you just say like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go to the side and, you know, brake. And then you try it again. So you can retry this as much as you want, as long as you're careful to an extent. Because, you know, obviously you can fall off the platform. But in that sense, like, you never need to commit to it without really, like, having the absolute best line. Because you can compare your attempts, right? Without committing. You kind of check your speed when you get to this point, and then you say, like, okay, well, I had 415 speed this time. Last time I had 425 speed, so I'm gonna try to do a little bit more. And then you find the best speed you can get, and then once you get it, then you commit and you jump, and you hope that it's enough. So, in that sense, I do think that there's like a high chance that the first person to get there will also one-shot it. Well, Hazard in the tree. Sammy not driving. Birdie getting runs going. 145. You got blueberries, nice. Very good. What do you think is the best strat to get speed there? Definitely driving around in a circle around this thing. So this surface functionally is concrete. So this surface basically drives the same as, you know, these normal roadblocks, which means that it's not slippery. It means that you can full speed on it up until 600 speed before your car starts sliding, which you will never get 600 speed here anyway. So you can be pretty safe that you don't drift. you just drive around in a circle and gain as much speed as possible without falling off. And then when you feel like you've maxed the speed out, then you go. You definitely don't want to do any weird like quarter pipe jumps. I think every one of these players does have the same idea that it's got to be driving around this circle. That's what it's got to be. Virtual on floor 24, nice. After 2 weeks, have you top 3 to finish the map? First of all, it's been like 3.5 weeks. But to answer the question, still not really. I feel like anyone in currently like the top 6 has a chance still. Floor 15 was figured out pretty quickly, and floor 16 will take time. It is just like complicated. There's definitely things where you need some attempts. Does Birdie have a checkpoint sound as a horn? That's great. Wonderful. This is very distracting on this method. Hello, Derwig. Is that jump really of floors worth in height? I guess it is. Like, floors actually aren't super high. Like, this one starts from here and then ends here, right? So it's like, what? Maybe 15 blocks or something? Maybe a bit less. Something like this. So the end part is not just the jump though, which, you know, the jump is kind of similar to the height anyway, but the end starts actually over here. So like a little bit below as well. I mean, I guess it's the same height functionally, but yeah, so this is all about the ending part. Floor 16 is over once you get to these tunnels, and then you just drive up over here. Prediction: floor 16 is brutal and will cause a lot of faults. Players between position 4 to 10 will catch up and will have 12-hour stream sessions. 10 is too much. I feel 6 at best. I don't know if the others have enough time, honestly. Like, it could technically still be that someone like, you know, Simo puts in those 10-hour days and somehow gets floor 11, 12 cleared really quickly and, you know, manages to make 13 work as well. But the problem for Simo is that on every single run you make it to floor 11 is going to be it's going to be a floor, what am I saying? It's going to be a run that also has to clear floor 10, right? That's the problem. So, like, clearing floor 10 one time is not yet the same as being consistent on floor 10. So, if Simo is able to reach the same level of consistency on that floor as we've seen on, good save from Sami, as we've seen on like floor 8 and 9, then maybe. But it's hard to see. Hard to see happening. In time. You know, obviously Simo will eventually beat the map. 100%. But, like, we already have Hazard almost at floor 16, right? So the question needs to be asked, like, okay, well, Timo made it to floor 11, but what about all the experience on 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? Timo's plan, I think, like, you know, it might change, of course, but plan was to play both Kaki and this map. Which might mean that, you know, you're not gonna put in, like, the 12-hour sessions to this map, right? Probably 12-hour sessions, but divided between Kaki and this map. The strat advantage is good, but like so far we just haven't really seen it pay off to that extent, right? We have all these people who are currently on floor 10 and they're still struggling with floor 10, right? They know all the strats. All of these players that are like currently like top 5 or below have all the strats built for them, right? But we just don't see that, like, comeback happening. So it just seems like it's unlikely to happen. If you still need to clear, like, 5 or 6 floors on the map, right? Sammy going for the optimization here. Ambitious, but it works. Virtual and Scrappy both have a chance if they keep the pace up, for sure. You could do it, but you're tired. Oh, unfortunate. Hazard is in a tree. Don't worry about it. Virtual is not on the server. Plays in solo for better performance, better FPS. Is there a time limit for the prize pool? No. I mean, you know, maybe one day Trackmania closes its servers, and that's kind of it, but probably not gonna happen before this thing is over. Alright. Floor 8. We've seen this a bunch. This is the last practice floor that has been released. So, Tommy has actually grinded this quite a bit. That's why there's this confidence of chaining sections like this. So what that means is that the practice floors that have officially been released, you start from the beginning of the floor here, and then you can just, you know, play it as like a couple minute segment, try to learn it, try to get more practice in, and it's obviously much more efficient to start from the beginning of the floor when you make a mistake than, you know, rather than falling down 7 other floors, starting from floor 1 or so. So, I think the practice floors at this point will probably not affect the competition at all, but it is really great for some players who are just looking really to finish the map eventually. Able to participate more into this. Also, I'm going really fast through this, but good timing. And the flip, there it is. Floor 9 practice floor, I really don't think is important. Floor 10 practice floor is important for some. I suppose, like, if floor 10 practice floor comes very soon, like tomorrow or today, then it could still be possible that some players are able to get runs going to like floor 13 or 14. But I still kind of doubt, like, if you're currently trying to clear floor 10 for the first time, it's probably not going to be the grind to get to the podium. Deep Deep 1 worked in a pretty different way, yeah. I can't really remember the details, though. Well, Tommy, no issue with floor 8. There's no schedule for the practice floor releases. The organizers basically just look at it like, okay, well, now it might be time to release the next one, or, you know, we are gonna wait before we do these next two, or whatever. What they have said is that the last 3 practice floors will never be released. So 14, 15, and 16, you have to learn on this map. Never during the event, to be clear. So after the event, every practice floor will be out. So then, you know, if you want to just get some segmented runs in or whatever, you can do that later. Prize pool is crowdfunded. Almost $31,000 right now. 50% to first place, 30% to second, and 20% to third position. What do you think the World Record time will be in, say, 6 months? Probably under 40 minutes, but I don't know exactly. Yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we don't get any practice floors anymore until the end of the event. We'll see. I feel like it would be completely justified, because right now the top players don't really need practice floors, honestly. What they're currently trying to do is clear these, like, next few sections, right? Not really the previous sections. Like, mostly the previous sections have been figured out at this point. For, like, more than 3 players. Oh, Sammy. Nearly going too far. We've seen some players kind of crash on the left if they get too much speed, but it's really difficult to react to. How many players do you think will keep playing and finish the map after the top 3 is done? Depends. Depends who the top 3 are, probably. Some people, like, you know, Virtual or Lars, I would imagine, will finish the map no matter what. Halfway through floor 9, Sammy. As a personal best on this floor. The high jump, the second last quarter pipe jump, should still be it based on the height. So getting very close. Yeah, Amada could definitely hunt for World Record. Like, you know, more players definitely will finish the map once the checkpoint version, all the practice floors are out, because the map will be so much more efficient to learn. Landing in. There we are. And now, last time I saw something here, unfortunately turtled this next landing, so maybe a little too slow to get the quarter pipe landing at the end. This usually isn't like a run killer at all. Need to land to the turbo. Small air brake to stabilize the car, and then into the quarter pipe, and it works fine this time. And now this next jump, that's gonna be the personal best possibility. So I was kind of wondering which one of the 3 strategies to go for. You have the hazard high jump line, where you could take a very high jump from this side of the hole, and then you have the 2 low jump lines, which one of them is what Lars uses, basically doing a low high jump. So you take the low jump line, but you jump very high regardless, land very, very close to the edge there of the quarter pipe. Sammy is doing the most common strategy, which is taking the low jump line, dropping down from this quarter pipe, not jumping up like Lars does, but just dropping down, hoping that the landing is good enough. And this is the safest one to be able to recover from. It's fine if you don't get this right on first try, because you will be able to get back into this area very quickly as long as you don't commit to like a too slow line. How it works is you land here, you notice, you know, you drift the landing a bit, lose some speed or whatever. You notice, okay, I don't have the 230 speed that I would like to have here. You just go back, you jump over here, and now you try it again. So it's very quick to retry as well. Hello, Burn. Probably gonna be some kind of a Deep Dip 3 eventually. Some kind of like a, you know, similar survival thing. Who knows what's it gonna be. Hope there will be an extended shallow dip up to floor 16. I doubt that's the case, because I think, you know, part of the reason why we do have only 6 floors on shallow dip, meaning 0 to 5, part of the reason is that when you add a new floor, as we've seen, you know, on this map, the game always gets, or the map always gets exponentially more difficult, right? Because not only do you need to now do the new floor, but you also need to do everything before it every single time. So I think the 6 floors is probably a pretty good length. I feel like if you made like a full version, I mean, I guess you could do that and it would be like, you know, like a more not really like a something doable for new players potentially, but maybe something for like more average players, or you know, like even like a smaller grind for like higher level players. It would be so much work though. That's kind of the thing. Like I think the shallow dip is already like a lot of work because pretty much every single jump there has been nerfed a little bit. Heavest has reached 904 meters. I think that is a new PB from what I've seen. And why this is important is because Heavest only has like probably less than 50 hours on this map compared to like the 150 that the top players have. So, you know, lacking 100 hours of playtime, but still being able to climb all the way to floor 8, the higher parts of floor 8, probably the middle parts roughly. That's pretty impressive. Not sure how Heavest is on ice, honestly, but doing pretty nicely. You know what I need? I need a plugin. Like, I have a plugin because Trackmania constantly goes to windowed borderless, and I have a plugin that prevents it from doing that. But sometimes I want to do the shoutouts to these players, like Hefest, who probably is streaming a bunch on this map as well, and you should check it out. I need a plugin that allows me to go to windowed borderless when I need to. So I need this plugin that prevents windowed borderless, but then also a plugin that forces windowed borderless. Can someone make it real quick? Maybe there could be the same plugin as well. I think Sami might be watching some clips. Checking in. What does windowed borderless do? Short answer is that it's essentially makes the game stutter a little bit. I'm being very, you know, I'm oversimplifying it, but that's kind of the problem. Yeah, the thing about it is that I can alt-tab and the game still keeps going on the background. Would using 2 screens be an option? I mean, I have 2 monitors. I would need 2 PCs. Control plus enter makes it windowed, not windowed borderless for whatever reason. Or alt enter, I mean. Oh, Hefest. Oh, a little bit of a shaky line. Will land, fortunately. On floor 6. Need to be careful still, because you still have the wet wheels. Hazard. Yeah, enjoying some nature right now, it seems. For a bit. Did get run all the way up to floor 11 previously. Twice as well, on the same run. But, not yet further from what we saw. Elcon did get to the final part of floor 14, so Elcon might be getting into floor 15 soon as well. We could have 4 players on the second to last floor at the same time, which is kind of wild when you think about it. Like, I think when we look at it after the event, it's kind of crazy how close this has been. Or, like, consider that this is day 25, right? You would imagine that, like, if you watch like, I don't watch them, so I'm completely guessing, honestly. But I feel like this is probably the case. Even if you watch, like, some, I don't know, some, like, 2-day competitions in other sports where, I don't know what you do in 2 days in any sport. But, you know, there's probably, like, multi-day, like, races, right? I think it's unlikely that the players will be so close together. The car comes kind of close to it sometimes. How long is that? See if Hefest gets this time. Looks much more controlled. Nice. One of our Le Mans. Yeah. Already not always close after 10 hours. Yeah. So the fact that we have a 25-day competition right now. And the players are, like, only a couple tricks, couple sections between their personal bests. It is kind of wild. Hefest's horn is very suitable for this map. A lot of water sections on floor 7 specifically. If you don't know much about water, there's a couple of things. One, you're not supposed to jump through it like this. This is like a very specific way to kind of glitch the game. So if we look at it from below, you can't even see the water, because you're never supposed to have this situation where you jump from below onto water. Generally, water will always have like ground below it. So when you do that kind of a thing, though, the car usually like rotates pretty weirdly in water, in like uncontrollable ways. Oh yeah, Tommy is trying now. And there's a couple interesting things about water as well. Not only the weird water time, but also if you fly up from water. See, Tommy, 226 is technically enough, but the line is not there. Wood grip. Oh, if someone can save the car here on plastic, that's floor 9 again. This is a good save. Much better than dropping down to this pool. You can just jump around. Tommy might already know this. There's the beginning of the floor, so it's a blind jump, and there is a hole, but should be fairly doable. So, yeah, so when you leave water, you also have very uncontrollable, very weird air time. So wet wheels cause like very strange spins, like a breakdown routine in the air, which sometimes makes these kinds of like water jumps even more difficult to do. You can do some pretty wild, like super fast Beyblade type spins as well after leaving water. And then the other thing about staying in water is that the car will always flip upright when you're in water. So a couple things like this. Virtual default moving, okay. We'll check in with virtual. Oh, Hefest not liking. Alright, well, yeah. Hefest not liking this safe path from Techie. Oh god, I can understand it. This is super cursed. Need to go over the beam, go onto the platform, over the beam again. Yeah, very, very bad. So... yeah, water, strange surface. Okay, so what happened with Sammy? So, the lowest speed I've ever seen this done with is, by Hazard probably, 224 speed. The highest speed that I've seen here is, I think, 236 speed, or 235 speed at least. So, there's a couple things that affect this other than your speed. One is that you need the correct line, right? If you don't jump to the right enough, or if you jump too far to the right and you hit this wall, there's nothing that can save you at all. But there's another thing as well, which we look at the speed just before the player goes into the quarter pipe. That's essentially what we look at. So, there's like a couple things after that that can affect the speed as well. Like if you turn too sharply on the quarter pipe, you can get like a small drift on it probably as well. So if your lineup is very sharp, like if you go straight forward here and then you very sharply turn to the right, instead of kind of having like a very gentle angle like this, it can eat your speed a little bit as well. So the speed is not exactly like accurate in predicting if it's gonna make it or not, but it, like, if we see that, okay, this player has like 225 plus speed, that's at least on paper it's gonna be enough to make the next section. Did Ixon have 223? Maybe. That's possible for sure. A lot of players in this floor 5 and 6 area now. Is Sumi taking a break, or is it just like a very, very careful recovery here? You could maybe even jump like straight forward through the ring if you want it to be a bit safer. And then go back here. But yeah, most players just take the speed, check the line, jump through over here. And if you go too far, that's fine, right? Like, you just get the line there, and if you go here, that's completely fine, because this is the same place still. So, should be very doable. Analyzing his attempt. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Unfortunately, falling down here does mean that you need to do the entire floor again, but maybe, you know, extra practice. So, generally speaking, when players get confident at this part and they know what they need, they know what to do, if they have like a bad line or bad speed, they just turn around, jump around, land here, and then jumping to the left and retrying the whole thing. That's basically it. So you don't really need to do anything that you don't fully trust. You only commit once you know what to do. This checkpoint sound horn was quite something. Hazard has made it through the dragon, yes. Do you think we see a finish by the end of the week? I think it's possible. I mean, it does have a great attitude at learning stuff like this, yeah. Really taking like every opportunity to learn something on this map. And close to a personal best. So we see a lot of people get into this like 1050, 1045 range, and the reason why we probably have some players in there right now. Yeah, Tally, Semi, Clever, Tress as well. Tress, actually, interesting to see Tress on the leaderboard. Tress, really good Kaki player. Responsible for some of the hardest Kaki maps in history. I think somebody's going now. But yeah, we see all these players in this range because floor 9 reaches its highest point there, and that is also the starting height of floor 10. So you don't actually get a new personal best in height until you reach floor 10. So a lot of players in these last 3 sections of this floor. Hello, Enzio. Here we go. There we are. Not too bad of a recovery there. Floor 10 to 11 are so hard also, for sure, yeah. Like, a lot of players get stuck in this, like, 1000 to, like, 1300 range. If we look at it right now, like, you know, Giuliano to Mudda, basically, which is about 12 players. Oh no, Sammy. This is the wrong turbo to fail, unfortunately. This one much better because you can get back to floor 9 from there, but this one is rough. I don't know if somebody has done this before, but probably knows what this means, or if doesn't, then we'll soon have the grim realization that you drop down here and you ride the snake into floor 7. You can technically also drop down to floor 7 beginning. You can, I think, go around here. And then from here you can drop like straight down, for example. Or you can drop even lower, like, you know, kind of take this gradually. Drop down here. And then drop down here. And then drop down here, for example. But it is a pretty brutal save to have to do. Did Hazard or someone equal Wildcard? Nope. Not today. Well, let's see it. Most players do go for the snake. Whether it's a good idea or not, it's a different question. A lot of the time, it's not working. This landing in itself is already difficult because there is a pool. There's a pool here, which means that you will have wet wheels all the time here. You can't get rid of them at all. So that means that you will not be able to air brake, because wet wheels, as you go into the air, disable air control for a few seconds at least, maybe like 3 or 4 seconds. So you need to find some other way to not flip the car upside down. Wet wheel airtime is also kind of unpredictable, as I mentioned earlier, so yeah, it's gonna be usually a 180 turn. That's usually the strategy. If you just jump straight forward, not only will you usually land upside down, but because of the wet wheels, you will not be able to save it either. Upside down driving with wet wheels or ice wheels is possible, but a lot harder. A lot harder than dry wheels. This jump would be pretty trivial if it wasn't for the pool. You would just air brake, it would land, then go into the snake, but yeah, complicates things for sure. Good news is that if you fall down to this hole, there is a ramp up here, and then you can take the route back to the beginning of floor 7. So, at the very least, you should be getting to floor 7 here if you don't, like, turtle the landing. You don't land upside down. Should be savable. Upside down on the snake. Sounds difficult. If you press forward, you will not be able to air brake. So, you might notice sometimes that the car is kind of freezing in the air, like the rotation of the car. That's when players just press brake in the air. That kind of locks the car's rotation, like the frontwards rotation. But you can't do that when you're exiting a pool like this, which, you know, is hidden down here. So with wet wheels, you can't do the air brake, which means that when you also combine that with the wet wheel airtime, it's likely that the car will sort of like front flip upside down and land here. It's not 100%, but it's... at best, it's a coin flip. So, you know... most players, when they do this, they do like a turn. So as they exit this, they turn the car like 180. And that does make it more likely to land here, but it's harder to aim the jump. Oh, we'll see what Sammy gets done there. At the very least, it's gonna be a new thing to explore on this map, so... Hello, Eggy. Floor 3, I think probably the floor that causes the least mistakes at this point, honestly. Kinda tricky at first, but once you kinda get into it and you understand how to do the final bug slide and everything else, really doesn't seem very bad at all. It's a very consistent floor. I don't think it really has too many issues where you can get like unlucky with some landing bug or such. I feel like it's pretty skill-based floor, and it's one where once you sort of get the lines right, you will also get consistent. Basically, it's a wet icy wheel plastic floor where when you have wet wheels and you then get icy wheels, for whatever reason, wet wheels retain those icy wheels, which means that you can have both at the same time. So you will then have wet icy wheels. And when you go on to plastic, plastic will retain wet wheels, which means you will have now plastic with wet icy wheels. And that basically makes it ice gameplay. So you do these ice slides and everything else. Because ice makes water confused about its own state. Makes sense. What happened to Hazard? Hazard is in a tree right now. Not really recoverable either. I believe that, yeah, Bren was playing, I don't know, like, what kind of a session. Where is Ben? Good question. I don't know where any player is that isn't currently here. I don't message them every day, like, give me your daily schedule, so... Most likely, a lot of these players have their own Discord servers, for example, where they might post their schedules. Multiple floor 15s, yeah. That's what I heard as well. So, did manage to land on the beam just before the dragon section, but did not manage to get to try the dragon part. Oh, Hef is actually not doing the full turnaround here. Suppose it works as well. You don't need a lot of speed for this jump at all. Where is Bob Parker? Yeah, I don't know. Probably waiting on the finish line right now. Hello then. How would you rate the tougher jumps or floors on DP2 on a difficulty scale from 1 to 10 from your expression? It's kind of hard to say because, like, the things on this map are difficult. Okay, let's watch this. Oh, perfect turnaround from Sammy. That was impressive. Really nice. So that's what you kind of need to do to prevent the car from flipping upside down. Well, that's only the first part though, because you go over here. I don't think it's about casters at all. Yeah, Elcon has already given me permission to even, like, just slam his stream onto mine, you know? And, yeah, I really don't think what it is. What it can be, though, what it can be is that when they're not on the server, they can hide their inputs. Because if, you know, Tammy is playing on the server, we can see what Tammy is pressing, although it's an estimation with the plugin. It's based on the wheel position, so it's not accurate. But, like, we could deduct, like, the strategy that Sammy is going for here, for example. Like, is Sammy gonna press forward, or the directional buttons, or not press anything? We can see that, right? But when you are playing in solo and you're streaming, you can fully hide your inputs, right? You might still be able to guess those by watching the stream, but, like, it could be, and I'm not saying this is the case. Oh, Sammy, not getting the line right. Is this still gonna end to floor 7? It will. That is an absolutely wonderful landing. That is fortunate, because you fall a little bit to the side here on the plastic and you're gone. But that is good. That is good. Not too bad at all. But yeah, so when you are in solo, you don't need to show your inputs, right? And the idea behind not showing your inputs would be that when you clear some new trick, the other players wouldn't be able to, like, exactly copy what you did, right? And again, I'm not saying that's the case necessarily, but it can be like a strategy, and I think it's something that we've seen in other competitions in the past as well, where players kind of hide their strategies a little bit doing this kind of a thing. No, yeah, that whole snake thing is a recovery path. It's a one you wish you would never have to do, but, well, Tammy saves it. But yeah, about the difficulty of the map, you know, and the different sections. It's hard to really, like, rank these, because the difficulty of the map is based on the fact that you don't have checkpoints, right? So you could, of course, make, like, a completely ridiculous, impossible map if you wanted to, by just adding, like, the hardest possible tricks in Trackmania onto a map like this, and then you just need to do, like, 200 of them in a row. So, like, no trick on this map is individually going to be as difficult as, like, you know, a 10 checkpoint trial map. Any checkpoints, really. The difficulty comes from the fact that you need to chain all these together. So, you know, there are maps where even if you know every single trick on the map, and it could be, like, less than 10 checkpoints as well. It could be, like, 6 checkpoints, and it still takes, like, 3 hours to finish the map, because you need, like, 200 attempts to get all of the checkpoints. individually. And obviously, you know, having a 0.5% success rate on a trick on this map would make it completely impossible to finish. Any trick at all. So it's very, very different kind of a thing. Kaki also, like, usually there's a little bit more luck that's required. Kind of depends. There are some, like, consistent Kaki maps as well that just have, like, very skill-based lines, but usually there is, like, a level of precision that's required that is not humanly possible to do consistently. So that's kind of what the luck element is, that there's some, like, random bounce, or not really random, but, you know, like a bounce where you need to take it so specifically that basically you need to get lucky. There's no way to do the pixel perfect line every single time perfectly with no mistakes. LoL maps are kind of like easier versions of Kaki maps. These are all on the same sort of spectrum in a way. Like LoL maps, kind of like usually short maps that maybe have some luck element, but usually very like consistently finishable. Oh, Sammy, that's probably gonna be the end of this run. 2-hour run there. And then Kaki maps are, you know, the hard version of that, where you absolutely cannot be consistent on the map, almost ever. And then you have trial maps that are consistent but extremely difficult. So basically taking the luck out of the equation, but just such precision required that basically you will not be able to like one-shot every single checkpoint in a row usually. And then RPG maps, which are usually longer, they have sometimes pathfinding aspects, still like similar tricks to trial maps, but oftentimes much easier, and oftentimes there's more of them, and the focus is more on making like a thematic sort of route map rather than like a super correct sort of difficult map. Yeah, the low input strategy maps are kind of different. They're not intentionally consistent, but players find some cheese ways to do them. All maps are easy to finish, but hard to get a fast time. Yeah, that's another aspect as well. Like, a lot of the time, Kaki maps are, for almost everybody, just about finishing. They're not really about getting, like, a good time at all. For some people, you know, they do hunt Kaki maps as well, for, like, world records, but it's pretty rare, and depends a lot on the map. Sometimes the hardest maps are going to be just, like, one and done. But LoL maps, you usually try to get like a clean run on a good time. Is the car actually moving? I mean, maybe. It's gonna be really close, I guess. Elcon on floor 10. Gotcha. Good to know. Thank you. Floor 14 is like a LoL map. Some tricks there could be on LoL maps. Like, some of the turbo walls could probably be like a LoL map thing. Maybe not the entire floor. Push the car. Bit too close to the wall. Oh, might still land. Oof. That's a close one. That's a close one. Well, we're waiting for this car, I suppose. So, if any part of the car at all is touching water, You will be able to flip this. The question is like, it's gonna go on top of water. Oh, Clubber also. Gonna go on top of water, but it's gonna touch the water. That's the question. And I think it's gonna be slightly above it. Most likely. Well, maybe. Controversial take. I don't think this key input plugin should have been allowed. People are just loading Bren and Hazard VODs and checking inputs whenever they get a new section. So keep in mind that when Bren and Hazard are streaming, they have the inputs on themselves, right? So it's their decision. So it's not like anyone else is like doing something like against these players' will, right? But it's like a valid opinion. Some people still think that any kind of plugins are not really fair, especially because console players can't have them at all and such. But this is what the game is. And as said, you can very easily hide your inputs if you really want to. You just need to play in solo and not show your inputs on stream. Those guy. This is gonna be difficult. If it somehow touches the water, it's gonna be very close. Console is lacking a lot of features, yeah. Not just plugins. The car moving along the edge. It is. Okay, this might actually work. It's a very cartoony flip once the car does get contact with the water. But yeah, I think now that it's moving towards the water, so now it's over the water but not quite yet touching it. But eventually it will get in there, so it will just kind of flip over. It's very weird and goofy. Going? That's not the flip yet. I don't know what it was, but it's still moving. Okay. I do wonder, I hope the wall is not preventing the turtle from happening somehow. I don't think it will. It's still moving anyway. Oh! There we go. Okay, well, that's Trackmania logic, I guess. If there's a replay, you cannot avoid the inputs. This is not the case, but in the general, it has to be considered. Yeah, sure, I could just like save this replay session here, and you know, I could have every player's ghost and the inputs as well, though the spectating ghost seems to be extremely inaccurate, honestly. That's not really great, but yeah, again, if you play in solo, no one can access your replay, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't think ultimately it really matters anyway. I don't think anyone of the player would be advocating for like some plugins to be unallowed. Some plugins, of course, but those plugins generally won't be... Oh, small end, barely. So those plugins are not verified by OpenPlanet anyway, the kinds of plugins that people are against. So you can't really use them anyway. Landing. There we go. No, in general, ghosts will work, especially like if you save your ghost yourself, but if I'm spectating someone and I save their ghost, then it's gonna be a little bit weird. Here we go. Yeah, you don't even need to stream your runs until the very final run, you know? So you can hide absolutely everything if you want to, until you're ready to finish the map. I mean, ooh, loses the momentum, but gets through. Very nice. I do have permission to show Elcon's stream. Yes, I haven't asked absolutely everyone. We can check in on Elcon in a little bit though. You know, Elcon's personal best on the final trick of 14, so, you know, not a really sort of crucial time to tune in there, I guess. But of course, Elcon's stream is a... All good, Chris, yeah. I'll definitely check it if it's something to document and I have the permission. Aren't the top players making more money from streaming than the prize pool, so it makes sense to stream? Yeah, but not everyone is in this for the money. Which, you know, every time I say that, I know that there's someone like, oh, well, it's 30k, of course they're in it for the money. And you can believe what you want, I guess. Overall. But, oh, you shouldn't underestimate the drive of, like, a competitive player. Because here's the thing, these kinds of grinds, these, like, 1 month full grinds for, like, finishing a map or getting a wall record, they happen all the time. You just don't hear about them because the people who do those in speedrunning in general aren't in it for the money. They're in it for the achievement. Of course, it's like a motivator and it adds to the prestige. But it's... I would probably say that for most people right now that are on the highest floors, they just want to finish the map. Even if they think about winning... Oh, Sami, actually chaining this, that works really nicely. Even if they, you know, think about winning this, that's more probably about the actual win. Though, yeah, I mean, 15k, pretty good. Pretty good amount as well. Or beating a Trackmania map. Elcon run dead? Oh, unfortunate. Well, Elcon seems to be getting back there pretty often. Hazard still AFK. No longer in the tree though, so that's kind of an update. Sami is still not going for the shortcut. It's kind of surprising that Sami is doing all these kinds of optimization, like chaining the landing onto the beam and, you know, chaining the grass landing, for example, landing here and continuing straight away, but not doing the quarter pipe shortcut. Going for this longer path here. We have seen more and more players start taking speed from here and doing this quarter pipe directly to this platform, which Sami is now getting to as well. So, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, but, you know, can't really blame them. Like, it's not hard stuff that you're really skipping. People didn't play 10k hours of Trackmania in the first place for money? Yeah. These kinds of opportunities are really rare, so it's not like someone can just, like, jump in and find the motivation purely in the prize pool. Oh, thanks, Mo. We can check in. Let me check Sami. Get this on flip. Gets it. Nicely done. Okay. What is the Elcon? Elcon thing. Floor 13 start? Oh really? Oh really? Cool. Cool. But you're skipping like 10 seconds of the map and it's the easiest part of the floor. So this is probably a wildcard strat. But it's probably not exactly important that Elcon gets this one, yeah? It's still wicked, it's still wicked. And it looks to work, for sure. You definitely can get enough speed there. 10 seconds is 10 seconds, yeah. And maybe Elcon will grind this for wildcard eventually as well, we'll see. Hazard went live, okay, okay. Bouncing through. There we go. There's a clip of the Elcon cut as well. I should maybe have a comment for it, as it's one of the more asked things. It's not a magnet, no. There's no magnets on this map at all. So generally speaking, a lot of surfaces are the same. So this sign sort of surface is the same as this black platform surface, and that is the same as the concrete surface, so all of these functionally are the same. Same surface. Oh, somebody has to do this again? Maybe to get the line up to the grass? There's a lot of plastic on this map. I was talking about it yesterday. Mainly the reason is that there's just way more like smaller plastic items that you can use, like smaller plastic platforms. You don't really have those included in the default game in any other surfaces. So it's really difficult to build like anything else if you want to build like very narrow parts. Like, you know, this kind of a ramp, for example, that you have here, this doesn't exist in any other material, only in plastic. So you could make a custom item out of it, and you could create that yourself. But players or the mappers don't do that because it would add to the file size too much, and the map would get too big, and it would be unplayable on servers. That's the short answer. That is why, for example, floor 3 is not ice, but it's wet icy wheel plastic, which is functionally the same, so that you can create these very narrow passages that you otherwise maybe couldn't. How the cup of the day Prince of Persia theme was made to respect file size? I don't think I've seen that map, but generally speaking, Track of the Day mappers are very good at optimizing file size. So it's likely that it's very close to the 7 megabyte limit, like, you know, somewhere above 6.5 megabytes. But because the map is a lot smaller, or the Nideo map, oh. But yeah, the map is smaller in the sense that, you know, it's only like 1 minute of gameplay, right? This tower is quite a lot bigger, so it's more manageable. And also, they usually do it in the sense that, you know, the landscape itself that they create in Blender usually, it's generally like very optimized, very like, you know, low cost, not very complex, so it doesn't add too much to the file size, and a lot of the elements that are distant are like very optimized as well, like they don't have too much like polygons, so the file size is also pretty small. So they do need to like optimize the maps, and the best mappers, Track of the Day mappers, are really good at that stuff. And yeah, also like creating optimized items is kind of like an art form in Trackmania, honestly. Didn't they extend the megabyte limit not long ago? Yes, from 6 megabytes to 7 megabytes, but I have a conspiracy theory that sometime before that, light maps also got bigger. I feel like shadows take more file size now than they did like last year. And I haven't looked into it enough to know if it's true, but I really feel like it's true. So I feel like we functionally didn't really get an increase at all. I feel like it's basically the same, it's just that for some reason light maps are now also taking more size. So you don't actually have any extra space from what I can tell, but I could be wrong. Blending in. And yet how do they often manage to make laggy cup of the day maps? Because the file size is mostly dependent on the custom stuff on the map. If you only use the vanilla features, like the blocks that the game gives you, those don't really add to the file size at all. So you can build like a map that's absolutely fantastic for FPS. Like you can have like 10 blocks, 10 custom items, and it can be like 20 megabytes big if you build the wrong kinds of items. But you can also build a full vanilla map. Like this is almost full vanilla, right? So I'm gonna bet you that this map, which is absolutely massive, because it's mostly built from the default blocks in the game, is smaller in file size compared to a lot of Track of the Day maps. Like most custom scenery, Blender scenery Track of the Day maps. Just for the reason that it doesn't use custom items much. So you can add like 2 billion default like vanilla blocks and the map will be extremely laggy, but it's not gonna be much in file size. Yeah, it's like 5.6, 5.7, yeah, what I heard before as well. What file size does HTMH need till it comes back? I'm not sure. Not 100% on that. You have 6 more hours of streaming time than Virtual has gaming time. 174 versus 168. I believe that I have more than 174, honestly. From like May 4th, when this whole thing began. But also, it's much easier for me to, of course, just explain things over here and not have the pressure of actually having to perform on the map. So way more taxing to play this map even for 100 hours than what I've done in the past month. I'm getting close to PB as well. Hazard also getting another run going here. Oh, a bit of a wonky landing there. Slightly falling off the edge, but still works. No problem. Also, yeah, when you play maps on servers, especially Cup of the Day, oftentimes you lose a lot of FPS compared to solo. What would you build the Kubas floor end snake out of? Well, we know the surface, it's metal, which is the usual pipe or beam material. So it's going to be fine for the players. Like this is definitely the beam material, the same as every other beam. Like, you know, these beams are probably the same. Actually, the texture matches this one, so maybe it's actually concrete. But gameplay-wise, unless you have wet wheels, it's gonna be the same anyway. I don't think I would build the Kubas snake, though. That would be my answer. That looks like something I wouldn't build. Let's see, Tammy getting to the quarter pipes again. Tried this before. Has some experience. Got 226 speed, which is fine if you get the right line, but didn't get the right line then. How physically difficult is it to play this map, and psychologically, if all the streamers on Twitch sit with light relaxing music and when they fall, they apparently say something like, I need to take a shower or go out for some fresh air? Is really because of doing the same thing over and over again that muscle memory is simply not developed? Simple memorization of combinations of speed and turns. Why is this a challenge, I guess, so exhausting to those who challenge it? Or this map? So, muscle memory definitely developed, right? It's just that developed muscle memory doesn't mean that you don't make mistakes. Like, you can do the same thing a billion times, right? And you will not be 100 consistent on it. This is why we, as humans, like, stumble sometimes on the street. Maybe we kind of just stumble to nothing, you know? Our legs just get mixed up a little bit and we kind of, you know, half fall over. So then you move that into Trackmania, where you have way less experience on something like this quarter pipe jump, right? So you're gonna make mistakes, and it's frustrating because you feel like you know how to do it, you know how to clear it, but then sometimes it just doesn't work, and sometimes you fall all the way down. So, like, it is extremely difficult, yes. If you want to get like a full idea of it, because I don't think it's possible to get a full idea of this without experiencing it yourself, you can try to speedrun anything. You can try to, like, actually maybe play the shallow dip map if you're new to Trackmania, or you can try to speedrun whatever game you generally enjoy. And you will understand. Eventually you'll understand. It's just hard. And yeah, like, you don't really get any, like, gratification from the map because you're never finishing it. These guys have been playing it for 150 plus hours. Oh, Summit too close to the wall. This will fall back to floor 8. You don't get any gratification because you never finish the map, right? You've been playing this for a month, and you are still not finishing, right? It's exhausting. It's a big map. You will feel defeated at some point when you feel like I've pushed myself so much and I'm still not there. And that's the challenge. That's really the main challenge here. To still keep pushing yourself once those feelings come. Hello, Red. And Jacob. Novas, the end is the end of floor 16, and the fin is the end of the actual map, so there's like a final jump at the end. It is not like a finish specific thing, no. Me falling all the way down now. Oh, this seems to be a rough bounce as well. But looking pretty good overall. Improving a lot. Getting really good PB attempts going. But yeah, that kind of what Rioter, yeah. Kind of overthinking maybe. Trying the Lars line there. Doing the low-high jump line instead of the low jump line. Like the low jump, it's gonna work. You just need to try it enough, right? It seems to be the most possible one to recover from. So what keeps me going? Partially, I guess, like personal investment in the storyline. Like, you know, obviously, I want to know how this thing ends, but also, I feel like I've kind of acquired like a responsibility during this event to document it for future reasons, and also to, you know, keep showcasing to people who might be new to Trackmania why things are tricky and why certain things work the way they do. Such. Great camera angle. Lars and Bren were talking about that this morning in chat as well, how defeating it is to play for 50 minutes straight, reach floor 14, and then fall all the way down to floor again. Yeah, 100%. And this translates directly to speedrunning as well, because in speedrunning, you're mostly just like in the beginning parts of the game, and then you reset because you made a mistake, and then you restart. And maybe like once a day you get that one good run going, and then you make some silly mistake in the like final 10% of the game, and then the run is over. So it's basically the same experience. Then you feel like, okay, well, I need to start all over again. So it's really the same experience, and anyone can get that experience if you just need to choose a game, speedrun it, and set goals for yourself. You will get that experience. You will understand why it's so draining. Could you pause the game, go sleep, and come back if you're very high up, so you don't have to reclimb? Sure, yeah. You can only technically pause the game in solo, but suppose you could just leave your car on the server and hope that nothing happens. Hazard, getting a run going. Floor 8, the beam landing, always tricky. Gets it nicely. Tamifying said earlier today he wants to build in the editor after the Deep event is over. Talked about cooperating with other Trackmania content creators. Could you imagine checking out Zertrov's map together plugin with Sami? Yeah, I've actually used it a bunch when it was still in beta version. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Tell Sami to hit me up and I can explain everything about the editor. Not a problem at all. It's all good, Fox. You're doing well. I understood what you meant for sure. Sami often speaks of inverted steering. Could you please explain what he means? Yeah, let me catch up with everything else I've missed right now, because I'm very slow at scrolling. So, aren't you interested in trying the new car? Yes, but I don't have the time. Because I also have... I need to build maps off stream right now. So, I can't. If you want to see Hazard's full waterguard attempt, you can check the WR clip comment, and then there's a watch full run comment, watch full run button, and you can see the inserting. I should maybe update the comment to the VOD link instead of a clip. No progress today, apart from a couple personal bests. Simo has made it through floor 10, finally. Huge personal win for Simo, for sure. Bren has landed the beam just before the dragon section, but hasn't made it further. That's mostly it. Elcon reached the ceiling turbo part of floor 14, very close to floor 15. What does the green booster like X platform do? So it's a reset block and it's meant to reset effects. You don't have any effects on this map, but there's like such effects like turning the engine off block, or no steering block, which disables steering. So if you have one of those effects and you drive over the reset block, then it resets all of those effects. Here it's just for the cosmetic purpose of looking cool. Was turtle driving a thing before Deep Deep 2 as well? Yes, it's been a thing probably for like... probably since the first year of this car, which was 2007, when Trackmania Nations came out. Was it even earlier? I think somewhere around that time, yes. It's a very well-known technique. There's a lot of specific maps, very difficult maps that use it. Deep Deep 1 took 6 days to complete from Bren. Artoffel Puffer Overflow, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. And Voye, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Thanks so much for the 100 bits as well. Timo has cleared the ice spin, I think, like 6 times or something, maybe more even. Like, Timo really getting much better at it. Needed a few attempts to get through the very final parts of floor 10, but did manage to do those. Deep Deep 3 probably will happen in some form, I don't know in what form. I feel like the tower concept might be kinda done after this, so maybe it's gonna be something else or like a different kind of a tower somehow. Different design in some way. 10 times already. Oof. Impressive. So yeah, Simo getting those runs together, it's really cool. Okay, so inverted steering. It's mainly just a thing on floor 6. It's on that one part where you go from forwards to backwards with a flip. So there's such a thing as forwards gear and backwards gear. If you start from 0 speed and you drive backwards, then you have backwards gear. But if you drive forwards and then you flip backwards somehow and then you drive backwards, you will have forwards gear still. So you can go backwards in 2 ways, either with the backwards gear, which does have a couple other differences as well, like you are able to speed slide, which you do on the plastic part in the beginning of floor 7. Whereas if you have forwards gear and you drive backwards, you will not be able to speed slide. And when you flip from forwards to backwards, sometimes when you try to steer to the left, the car actually goes to the right. And it's basically, I think, happening because the car is not really sure what to do in that situation where you have the forwards gear and suddenly you start driving backwards, and I don't know what technically is happening there, but that's like a bug that essentially happens when you do like a quick switch as you're driving from forwards to backwards. Sometimes it can even be that you steer to the left and you turn to the right, and then you steer to the right and you again turn to the right, which means that there's no input you can do to turn to the left at all. So it's a little bit rough sometimes. So the main way to avoid it usually is to wait for the car to be fully landed on ground before you switch from forwards to backwards. So even as you land on ground, you hold forward as you're landing, and then you switch to the backwards press during it. That's usually like a fairly good way to avoid it, but I think it can still happen. And there are some like weird situations where inverted steering can happen even like outside that kind of like a scenario, though it's pretty rare. Not something you need to often deal with, but it can happen, especially on these backwards transitions. Well, Hazard, floor 10, here we are. Deep Dip 3 is going to be one long snake with water wheels jumps in the middle. Thanks, Rioter. Sounds great. $2 million prize pool. Elcon on 10 as well. Yeah, Elcon doing really well right now. Is the wheel angle also inverted in that buggy case visually? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I've never really paid attention though. Virtual might be the only one chaining the dirt zoop, yeah. Virtual kind of speedrunning through this floor, honestly. Virtual is a really good ice player though, so it works out. Sliding in. The surface there is snow. Similar to ice, you can ice slide over snow, which means basically counter-steering sideways like that. It is a lot slower though. Snow, known as a penalty surface, which there are a couple of. Officially there's penalty grass, penalty sand, which is basically just sand because the normal road surface of that is dirt. So kind of like grass, penalty grass, dirt, sand, and then ice and snow. Those are kind of the like opposites. Hazard making it through the spin, no problem. Keeps going towards 11 again. Failed the previous 2 attempts on floor 11, but maybe getting it through now. Has been looking very solid anyway. Any attempts today? Oh, Elcon and Bren. Slight improvements. Elcon not on floor 15 yet, just dropped, okay. Floor 11 still so brutal. Yeah, Bren made 1 jump further, yes. Hazard still has the record. We need penalty plastic. There is penalty road, technically, which is rubber, and you would never know about that because no one ever uses it. It's a custom, not a custom surface, like it's an official game surface, but it's not used on any blocks at all. It's a very strange surface. You can't really do anything on it. But it has the nice feature of locking your speed to 500. 500 is the maximum speed on it. Actually, something I haven't mentioned at all, because it doesn't relate to this map at all, is that surfaces do have different maximum speeds. So for example, plastic has 999 max speed, which is generally the maximum speed in the game. So like 1000 speed is gonna be maximum speed on ice and plastic and concrete, but then dirt has a maximum speed of 900 and grass has a maximum speed of 800 for some reason. I don't know why, but that's how it works. And interestingly, this is something that people don't know too much about, is that when you drive backwards, your maximum speed is half of the forwards maximum speed, which makes it so that on concrete you can go 500 backwards, plastic and ice as well. But on dirt, it's gonna be half of 900, which is 450 is your max speed on backwards on dirt. And then on grass, because it's half of 800, it's 400. Why? I don't know. This is just how it is. Wood also has 1000 speed, max speed. And all of that information has absolutely nothing to do with this map. Because you will never go at 500 speed. Maybe on floor 5, the red turbo, maybe that gets you to 500 speed, I'm not sure. I think backwards rubber is 250 max speed. Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I don't know if I ever tried, but that would make sense. Well, here we go. Into the pool, works out fine. I think Hazard estimated yesterday in this chat that it would be 400 to 500 speed for the final jump. Was kind of, you know, guessing it, but we will not know for sure. And even like 400 to 500, that's a very rough estimate, right? Let's see, the left back wheel hits on the wall. Oh, that's really clean. Very nice. Kind of just flips the car, stops it from moving too far. Well done. Can it go faster than 999 by nose boosting? Technically, yes. Ubers as well. Is there even a backwards crash map? Yes. There's a bunch of backwards maps. There's a whole community. Though it's pretty small, but there are some really good backwards players. Some players who, like, mostly only play backwards maps. It's a very interesting, very unique style, and really difficult. One of the hardest styles in the game. How did he estimate that? Just game knowledge, you know? You just kind of look at the height of the jump, and when you've played Trackmania for potentially like more than 10,000 hours or whatever, you have intuition for that kind of thing. But even then, like, you have to just get there and try it out and try to make the call as you get into it. Oh, that's not gonna be the line. Landing a little bit too late into plastic, and I think we're going back to floor 8. Not another tree. This will fall probably to floor 7, but the issue is that it might bounce from this block here. Well, it already fell? What? How did it fall so quickly? Huh? I guess it's a pretty steep downhill. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, alright, well, no bounces, I suppose. Hazard will be able to continue from floor 7. I don't know if there's any better save than, yeah, going back to the final part of floor 6 and taking it from there. What is the top speed when falling? I do think it's just the max speed. 999, I would imagine. I'm not sure. Can we count respawning as going the speed of light? Oh, Ixon! Oh, no. Oh, that's a rough one. Dead turtle as well. A little bit of lack of focus. It happens. It happens on this map. You know, it will just happen. You play this for so long that you will not be able to be on that full 100% focus all the time. Just how it is. Yeah, Rioter, I guess we can. Maybe it's not quite light speed though. That's an interesting thing as well. Any fun facts about underwater driving? There are players who like underwater driving. Nacht was here, I think, earlier. A big fan of underwater stuff. On underwater maps, like, generally whenever you lose contact with the ground, you get like a huge slowdown, meaning you lose like 5 seconds every time that happens. So almost always your goal when driving underwater is to just keep grip on the ground. That's probably the biggest thing. Here are the backward speed slides on plastic, by the way. Small wiggles, narrow drift. What do you think is the Trackmania skill with the highest skill ceiling? Like, where does it make the most difference to have 10,000 versus 5,000 hours? There's a couple, like, really difficult styles. Trial style that Hazard is really good at is definitely up there. Full speed is up there. Extremely precise style. Backwards is up there. Ice is also up there. Yeah, I don't know about the custom bumpers, Mo. Those can go at probably like 100,000 speed. I don't know how they work at all. The line looks good here. Hazard landing. So, but yeah. Not really relevant to have like the high speeds on this map. Even the few backwards parts that we have don't really care about it. So. Generally in maps like this you go pretty slowly. Like for example, like these players often talk about keeping the first gear or keeping the second gear on certain jumps to not get the slowdown from dropping the higher gear if you accidentally just about get it. It's very rare for like traditional Trackmania to have anything, like any map below third gear. Some of the more technical maps are on third gear. Fourth gear probably like even more common than third gear, and then fifth gear is usually like faster maps, like full speed maps and things like that. Didn't expect full speed to have a high skill ceiling. Seems easier than these others, judging by the videos. Yeah, so the difficulty in full speed comes from the speed slides, which is basically what Hazard did on the plastic backwards part, doing the small wiggles. But the difference is that on full speed maps, any speed you gain, generally you can carry to the end of the map, which makes it a very snowball heavy style, where you make a mistake in the early part of the map, and you will get that sort of speed, lack of speed throughout the entire map. Backwards works in the same way, those two very related styles. But what makes full speed so difficult is that holding the perfect speed slide angle is extremely difficult because it's so precise and basically impossible to like hold throughout the entire map. There's no like perfect full speed runs. There are like insanely good players that are able to do like ridiculous runs, but they are usually players who almost entirely focus their playtime on full speed. Virtual on 13, okay. We'll check in if Virtual can get maybe to the PB spot. That would be the wall, right? So maybe if Virtual gets to the plastic bounce, we can check in on that. The angle changes with speed, yes. For the speed slides. With backwards, it changes even more. Very hard to memorize those lines. Hazard. Getting the run going. Oh, Virtual falling already. At the very least, getting runs to floor 13, it's important. Floor 8, yet again. We see this floor a lot. Mainly because when you fail something on floor 9 or even 10 or 11, you often end up over here. Don't think any of the top players needs more practice on this floor, honestly. This one has been played a bunch. Here we go then. Car upside down, and you have to do that. No other option. Players are not just doing it for fun, though it might be fun for some of these players. Need to flip the car back on the platform at the end of this section. No other way. No other way to get this section done. So waiting for the flip timing and getting it done. There we are. Elcon not on the server. Hard to say what the reason would be, but has been playing the last 2 sessions in solo, but has been streaming. Back to floor 9, and I honestly don't think that, even though this is going to be the next practice floor to be released, it's probably not going to change anything at all. One of the most retryable floors, especially the hard parts. Really, like, this turbo landing is going to be the one thing that could maybe be helpful to practice on the, like, separate segment, but yeah. Elcon had some connection issues on the server yesterday. I do remember one case where Elcon lost, like, power for a short moment and got disconnected from the server. So, you know, that's like a pretty valid reason to not play on it, honestly. Haven't seen any Elcon run apart from the floor 14 attempt today. Hazard has cleared the dragon, yes. Waterguard is the same as yesterday, yes. We still have the same players grinding this every single day. Ave has been putting in the hours, for sure. Really trying to get to floor 10 right now. Floor 9. Very solid. Semifying as well, trying to reach floor 10. And Clever also trying to reach floor 10. Oof, gets through the turbo tunnel here. A lot of players trying to get to the ice floor right now. We know how the dragon should be done, yes. You need a lot of speed. What Hazard did, essentially, was actually take a little bit less speed than on the first attempt. First time, tried to go from the edge of the beam, steer to the left, but the problem with this is that you kind of land in like a weird line, because you have so much speed over the turbo that you kind of steer a little bit too far. Land a little bit too far here and you lose speed because you only accelerate when you're on ground. So, you know, when you get a late landing, then you need to take weird lines, then you actually end up having less speed than what Hazard did on the second try, which is to take speed from here. Just taking it like this, going through the turbo, landing, still landing pretty late by the way, but managed to get enough speed to get the bounce on the ceiling and land here. You can probably afford to take even less speed from the turbo. Basically start from the, like, beginning of the turbo and then just go with that. There is the clip of the dragon clear. If you go into the WR comment, WR clip comment, and you check the watch full video, you can see that entire run if you go back a little bit on the VOD. Lightlord just said on Elcon's chat that 16 took more time to clear than 11. If this is true, we can expect a lot more time to finish it all. Yeah, that's fair. Although it comes also down to the fact that floor 11 was a lot of pathfinding, like actually figuring out what to do. I feel like there's really only one section on, or maybe 2 sections or so on floor 16 where you need to, like, actually try a little bit to understand what to do. Everything else is pretty clear. So I feel like floor 11 was difficult for different reasons. Of course, it's mechanically difficult as well, and it's very punishing. Floor 16 is also very punishing, so the two have very much in common. But whereas it could be mechanically more difficult, floor 16, it could still be because the players know how many of those tricks work. That they are able to one-shot them. Oh, the ice slide a bit too late. This is a rough fall. Floor 7 is the best one here, but it's gonna go all the way to floor 6. Not back to the tree. Well, the turtle is active, so we'll be able to save this at least. But yeah. We do see that mistake coming in fairly often, honestly. Basically, the strategy on that ice, you know, it's a very steep platform, right? In a weird angle, it's steep and it's ice, so it's very slippery. So the strategy is that you go up here and then you keep accelerating, and as you keep accelerating, the car like slowly descends, and once you have the line to go sideways, meaning ice slide around the pole, then you kind of do it. Also, kind of like dropping a little bit too low before starting the ice slide, and then you can't really counter the fall with the ice slide anymore. Don't talk anything about like editor things or anything. If you want to do that, do it without talking about it here, please. Yeah, like if you're actually like playing anything in ways that the players are not allowed to do, then yeah, don't do it. I think Hazard has mostly caught up with the hours. It's probably less than, you know, Virtual or Simo, for example, but, you know, well over 100 hours, for sure. 143 hours, yeah, okay. Attempts alone on floor 16 will be a lot scarcer than floor 11 because it's an additional 5 floors to clear. Yeah, of course, of course. So even if the tricks would be easier, it would still be harder to get those runs through those sections because you need to, you know, again, learn those things in the least efficient way possible. Oh, this is savable. Birdie. Into the pool very nicely. Kelbe make. Doing pretty nicely, honestly. Birdie as well. Trying to get some floor, I think, 9 attempts going. This might not just yet be floor 9. The height over here. Backwards landing. Inverted steering, I think. Is it still enough speed? Will be. We are. We can do this thing as well. It's been putting in the hours for sure. Usually plays at different times than I do. But really on a good push.
Let's go, Elcon!
That's the same Elcon horn. Hello, Luca. One thing that made 11 even harder is that there's no, they're close to no recoveries. Maybe 16 is different in this way. It's not. If anything, it's worse. There's a couple of sections here, right? For example, the wheel hang section over here. There's a pool, that's nice. But if you get to this point and then you fall, then you are likely to fall off the ice and go back to floor 12 or so. So that's one, and you know, these kinds of jumps, if you miss these, it's also like all the way down, right? Basically, like, what makes this even worse is that you have floor 13 below, right? And even though there's like a couple things that you can save yourself onto on floor 13, for example, if you fail this wheel clip thing, you can fall onto one of these platforms and such. But when you're falling down from this high up, from floor 16, you gain a lot more speed when you're falling as well, which means that you're much more likely to land on one of these crystals, and it's not going to be a clean landing. You will just bounce away. Even though it's not plastic, you will not really bounce in the super way as you do on plastic, but you will still bounce, and there's a lot of, you know, weird angles and edges and, you know, these kinds of steep blocks and whatever. And I don't really see many attempts actually landing on anything that would still mean that you can continue your run. Most likely you will bounce off the map entirely and restart your run. How long does it take to reach terminal velocity? Long. You will probably not reach it, but it's still gonna be like a lot of speed. And then also here, when you look down from the dirt wall, right, it's the same floor 13 below you. And you know, even the floor 16 things like the ice stuff below, that's not very generous. Snow, downhills, and whatever. Slopes are always the worst to land to. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. When you're falling without pressing anything, it's just that when you start reaching like 250 speed or so, the acceleration gets so slow that you might as well not be accelerating at all. Any PBs today by top 5? Ren managed to get to the beam just before the dragon part on floor 15, but didn't land it in a way that would have allowed him to try the dragon section. Elcon has made it to the final turbo part of floor 14, which is very close to floor 15. Timo has made it to floor 11 for the first time as well. That's basically it. Hello, Toto. What does the script say? I can't reveal it. Really appreciate your casting atmosphere and knowledge. Hey, thank you, Luca. How are you enjoying? Will you stream Kaki? No. I don't play anything but this game, and it's in the other game. Script says quack. That's the one. Script says quack and blep. That's pretty much it. And, you know, at the end, Bob Parker wins. Sorry for spoiler. Well, Hazard, getting this run back on track. Almost 1 hour on the timer again. .360 landing could have been further. I get why Elcon is saying that. We were talking about ice, and maybe some of you were there on sometime last week, a few days ago. And there is a technique on the ice spin where you can release acceleration once the car is facing like fully backwards, and that can give like quite a bit more speed out of the ice spin, like, you know, 15-20 speed more even, if you do it very well. But it also adds to the difficulty a lot. For Elcon, being a very good ice player, probably able to do it just fine. But for other players, it's probably nice that you don't need to release that acceleration because it's very risky. So essentially the ice spin landing is calculated so that you don't need to do the optimal, ideal ice spin. You just need to get the timing right, the line right, and the some kind of like clean exit from it. Yesterday was pretty great, yeah. Map is hard enough, yeah. Basically the bare minimum to force a 360, yeah. Do you know if that was kind of... Was it actually harder in the beginning? Oh, Hazard, very close to dropping off. What do you think the first completion time is gonna be? Impossible to say. Could be anything. Could be like a 1 hour run. It's probably not gonna be like sub 40 speed run. Floor 16 will be taken very carefully, so probably not under 1 hour. But who knows like how many falls the players will have before getting there, right? It could be like 5 hour run. A lot of things on this tower used to be harder. Including the spin. Oh, yeah, doing it. It used to be harder. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I think you made the right call making it easier, though. Especially considering how high up the floor is and how difficult it is to practice. It would be great if the first finished run is like 7 hours or something. That would be something. Codswagon, thanks so much for the prime. Beam landing never gets easy, but Hazard still clears it. Simo's made the 360 like, what, 10 times? 11 times? From what I heard before. Tried for weeks and weeks to try to get people nerf their floors. Is there any section that we've seen so far that wasn't nerfed even though you maybe would have hoped so? Hazard going for the shortcut on this floor. I feel like a lot of the top players are doing this now. Not all are doing it. Like Elcon is not doing it, interestingly. Bren is not doing it, I think. And, you know, then there's Lars Virtual who are doing it, Hazard as well. So, it's a pretty sort of unnecessary risk to take in a sense, but if you're confident in it, then why not? Why not save those 20 seconds? Would be cool if after the event we get to see the unnerved version. Maybe like the original floors that the players submitted. Fair enough, Dondi. After the event then. Deep Deep 3 is just unnerved Deep Deep 2. I feel like the players would probably not start that grind. Rejected floors tip? That's an interesting idea. I know that some of the mappers have already released their rejected floors. For example, like, I've been sent some rejected floors to map requests already. So, you know, that already happened, like, last year, I think. Where, you know, we would get some map requests of some pretty overkill difficulty floors that I wasn't able to play at all. But it was cool to see, especially now that we can kind of compare those to these actual, like, accepted floors. It would be great to do the interviews, yeah. For sure. Suppose, you know, I could try to get one of those in, but I also feel like right now we're kind of getting towards the end of it, so maybe like some end interviews would be pool instead, so that the mappers can actually also reveal like the details that they might not be able to talk about right now. A lot of the ones Virtual played, we actually never got from submissions. Yeah, gotcha. The ones that that I was requested to play, those were definitely like rejected submissions, and they were pretty interesting for sure. I don't think there were many though. I think there were like only 2 or 3, but still, you know, a couple. Back to floor 9. Interesting landing. Slows down at least. Stays on the turbo. Would be great also to ask the players, but I feel like the players are pretty open in their chats and such. Like, you know, Hazard was here yesterday on the stream chat, kind of like explaining a lot of the... What is even going on? That is one of the weirdest bounces I've ever seen on this section. What? How does it bounce like that? Well, it happens sometimes, I suppose. It's a tricky part, these turbos, for sure. Especially this landing is kind of just dicey sometimes. But yeah, Hazard was explaining his thoughts about floor 16 and end of floor 15 and everything else. So they are pretty open. If they're not like on the focused grind and you ask them, I think they will probably give their thoughts on the map. Hello, totally. I'm doing great. What about you? Bren landed the beam just before the dragon section, but didn't land it. Landed it, but then got stuck on the turbo. So, landed, not able to continue. Essentially got stuck on the turbo on this edge over here. And this you can't save, because the turbo is continuously pushing you towards the wall. There's nothing you can do, unfortunately. Virtual is on basketball? Basketball? Is there a basketball field on the map? Or something? They actually have this top tornadoes sign as well. I actually didn't notice it before. Super cool. And the credits. There's a lot to discover in the ground floor. Oh, just watching replays of a basketball game. Okay, interesting. Well, whatever you need to do to wind down. Including a finish? I don't think there's a finish, unfortunately. I haven't seen this one before. What are those volume symbols? They are voice lines. Basically, there's like this narration. If you know Getting Over It, the old game, that kind of started these climbing challenges, like, you know, Jump King, very similar. Started the genre, sort of. Old game, well, whatever. The game that came out in the past, if that's better. So it's kind of like that. You reach a new section in the map, and you get a new voice line that's, you know, like a motivational speech to you. Made an analogy of a broken basketball court and parts of the map. Yeah, he's losing it, I think. Well, can't really blame him. map is pretty tough. The players are, like, sometimes bringing up, like, landing bugs and such, and they are, like, a problem that is hard to avoid. It's pretty rough. Can you show the public server shortly? I can, but I can already tell you that pretty much no one is gonna be above 4-2. We can take a quick look. Can give some perspective. What's the one with the most players? The public servers actually have been kind of quiet. I feel like a lot of people losing interest. 20 people still here, yeah? Yeah, well, call me the Oracle, but this is exactly how it is. This is the casual experience here. So, floor 2 is just really difficult already. And you know, these guys are grinding, you know, it's respectable that they're putting in effort into trying to reach the highest point. Oh, you're doing great, Silida. Like, it is not easy to reach this point. Most players don't. Right? All these lentillion jumps on floor 2, they are tough. The messy jump here, like, we can kind of think back in the day 1 and think about people trying this, right? And it was looking rough in the beginning, and it still looks kind of rough sometimes. It's not like 100% consistent at all. And like a jump like this, it's easy to forget that this is kind of precise, right? You need to take a very specific line of this quarter pipe to land into this. But we never see these floors because there's always someone on the streamer server who is able to get past those and then get past like 8 floors more. Day 1, if you go back and watch the day 1 experience, that puts many things into perspective, for sure. Really quick, now that we're not on the server, so, like, for example, when you're using items, oftentimes you end up with more landing bugs, because items don't connect. So if you place 2 walls next to each other like this is different than putting 2 items next to each other. So what that means is that these blocks actually like fully connect to each other, which means that there's nothing between the blocks. This inside space is completely empty, which means that the game doesn't register any like crashes mistakenly. But if you have, for example, 2 of these plastic blocks that we see a lot of, these do not connect. These are just next to each other, which means that if we look down here, there is a wall between these 2. And sometimes when you land your wheel so that it's exactly in the middle on kind of like the seam of these blocks, and you land it with high speed, you drop down onto it, the game mistakenly registers that as you crashing into a wall. And that's what's causing landing bugs. And when we have a lot of these kinds of blocks on the map, then yeah, they will happen. I needed to at one point also like fix some, like change some items. Don't worry about my item folder, I know it's absolutely terrible. So I made like some custom blocks. So I removed the sides of this block, for example, so that I would also remove the landing bug. But sometimes, yeah, you need to make these kinds of like custom things, because if you have these 2 items next to each other and the landing is extremely, you know, sort of precisely just so that you land in the middle, you have this wall here, and it's, yeah, increases the risk of landing bugs. But when you remove this, then yeah, it's not a risk anymore. Then you just need to make this look nice by hiding the missing wall there. But yeah, this is kind of the thing. Game crash house is fixed. What game crash house? Oh, that game crash house. Yeah, it works now. I mean, I haven't tried it in this patch. It might be a bit of a gamble. Where is it even? I had this block that for the longest time would just crash my game. These houses would just crash my game. Now they just look weird. So yeah, anyway. They don't crash the game anymore. It's true, yes. No, I think there is just something wrong with like the UV maps or something of the blocks. Has there been a khaki where you have to get a landing bug? Oh, Viro? Probably in TMNF. I don't know. I can't come up with anything on this game. There are some. This game too? I suppose there's maps where you need to get like a weird landing bounce and such. I don't know landing bug specifically. Oh no, I guess that's what it does. Remixed 175? Oh, interesting. We have a lot of khaki historians in the chat. Great. Is there no way to edit the size of the blocks inside the editor so you don't need to place multiple next to each other? You can make the entire map into one big custom item that you just place and then it works. The problem is that you don't want to do it on this map, because every custom item that you use adds to the file size of the map. And if the file size of the map, this one is like 5.7 megabytes. If the file size of the map goes beyond 7 megabytes, it will no longer work on servers. So the mappers have this incentive of using the default unmodified blocks, because those don't add to the file size. Once you make anything custom or you edit any game blocks or items, then you are adding to the file size. That's the problem. And that's the reason why, for example, they can't do the solution that I did, which is to, you know, build these custom versions, though that was also a custom block originally, but custom versions without the walls. I mean, maybe they could have done for some blocks, but it's hard to account for absolutely everything on a map like this. There we go. I mean, another personal best attempt. Careful about this road landing, as most players are. Tommy, on the first attempt here, did miss the road and the run ended there, so... The car physics are slightly different from TM2, I believe, but very close. I think yesterday you mentioned surface types like magnet and rubber are already made by an NDO. Wonder if it's possible to create custom surfaces. So it's technically possible to like create sort of new surfaces by combining different surfaces together. I'm not 100% how it's done actually, but there's a mapper called Arias who likes playing around with that kind of a concept a lot. So you can't like straight up create your own surface with like own sort of mechanics, but you can combine existing ones. Bumpers were originally added by Nadio. They're just like you change the strength of the bumper essentially. I think bumpers were originally added to Trackmania 2 for Zerator to build some maps with. Well, let's see. So Sammy has now tried 2 different strategies here. First time was just dropping off the quarter pipe. And then also tried the large strategy of jumping a little bit higher with this line. Hasn't tried the hazard strat of going around here and doing the very high jump. But honestly, I feel like just dropping down from the quarter pipe gives you the best chance to learn this. Gives you the most repetition. You're least likely to hit the wall here and fall to floor 8. So if I were to do this, I would probably just try to push this drop down and try to get a clean landing and then eventually get the 230 plus speed and you know, get done. Hello, Raybout. Do you think stricter mapping rules for consistency for Deep Dip 3 would be good, or you think it's fine as is? I feel like if anything, maybe they could be a little bit more relaxed. I feel like if you build with magnets very carefully, you can avoid shortcuts, for example. You just need to be very careful. Or even reactors. I feel like you wouldn't need to like blanket sort of ban reactor boosts. I feel like you could just trust the mappers to be extremely careful with it. Like, you have some of the best mappers in the game in this project, right? So I'm sure it would be possible to use those kinds of elements in ways that don't result in shortcuts. And also effect blocks. Effect blocks, I think, could be fine as well, like some engine off part or whatever. As long as you have like resets that you always fall into if you fail. Maybe now he will try the strategy to make the jump. Honestly, it was already pretty close. Just needs more attempts here. Needs to try this out a little bit more. We'll get it soon. Slow motion floor. I guess slow motion could have already been fine. I don't know. Maybe our mappers in the chat can say if slow-mo blocks would have been okay, because the slow-mos do reset without the reset block. One of the few elements in the game. One of the few effects. Yeah, they have a 5-second timer, I believe. Slow-mo was allowed. Okay, and no one just wanted to use it. I mean, it's fair. It's fair. The players probably wouldn't enjoy it too much either. It could be cool though. I feel like variation, when you build like 16 floors, you want as much variation as possible, right? So being able to use more elements, I think is always going to be a good thing. Watch this, says Sammy. Let's go. Drop down. There we are. It's not enough speed. It's not. 221. But saves it. So yeah, I think the big thing for Sammy is understanding what the speed requirement is. Understanding when not to commit to the line. But you get that sort of experience in a few attempts for sure. Hazard down to floor 3. Kubas also still playing one of the mapper of floor 15. Knows how to clear the next ice part that Hazard made the run to last night, but I'm believing that we will not hear anything about it until the end of the event. Hey, thank you, Fenris. I appreciate you. No, like, how you could use slow motion is basically by doing, like, a very precise thing that, you know, would be very hard to do without slow motion. That would be basically the only application you could do. Viro has used slow motion in some interesting ways, for example. Like, there was the nose boost Haki map. I can show it. What's the number? Is it KR2? KR3. Oh, true. Yeah, 183. So this map, I guess we look at the intended version though. KR intended. Someone has completed it, probably, because it was cheesed. There was like a strategy to avoid the intended way. With the downloads so many times. There we go. So here's... Okay, 2 people have completed this, cool. So here's like a way to use slow-mo in like an interesting way, though this is a khaki map, so it's a little bit different. Chaining nosebugs. It's actually super cool. Super cool concept. It's not truly a nose boost, which is gaining a lot of speed with nosebugs, but yeah, nosebug essentially is like a bug slide, kind of like the final trick you do on floor 3, but instead of doing it with the like 4 wheels on the ground, you do it with the nose, and you can do it like this. Yeah, there's a lot of great khaki maps. Once you get into this this whole rabbit hole, there's no going back. It's great. What was the helicopter map? I keep forgetting. 99. It's great that I get just a helicopter. Here's another khaki map. This one has a bug slide. We can check one of the more reasonable... Oh, Vito has a run. Top 5. So this is a bug slide, and then it's a thing after the bug slide. It's a... That's a Trackmania thing you do. These are magnets, by the way. That's how you do those. The world record here is... again, different. That's that run will probably never be beaten. Who knows what's going on there? Trackmania is a weird game. Back to the dip. So that's, yeah. That's an introduction to khaki. That truly is like one of the luckiest runs in khaki history, probably. So, okay, what happens there essentially is that these magnet blocks are very close together and they're very thin at that point, so there are also custom blocks which can maybe make them work in different weird ways. And I suppose like how you sort of, if you clip that in a very specific way, it just goes straight through. But like insanely difficult. Are they using slow-mo as they play, or is this a replay feature? So you mean the slow motion map that I first showed? So that is actually an effect block. So you can, as a mapper, you can place a block, kind of like the turbo gates. The turbo gates that, for example, we have turbo gate here. So we also have effect gates and effect blocks that you can drive over. So they look very similar to this or this. And as you drive over them, depending on what effect block it is, it does something, yeah? So, for example, if you drive through the slow motion gate, then it slows you down, right? It slows the time down, essentially. So it's something that the mapper puts onto the map, and then it happens as you drive through that section. Yeah, no worries, Zelda. Where did you learn English so well? Probably from games, honestly. What is the difference between LoL and Keki? LoL maps are... like, they can include similar tricks, but usually, even though they might require luck to get a fast time, finishing them is usually not, like, a big problem. So, you will be able to finish the map very easily, but getting a good time might require a little bit of luck, or getting, like, a really sort of weird strategy that gives you a great jump or whatever can be a little bit luck dependent or very difficult. But Kaki maps are all about finishing. So you could kind of reductively say that it's about the amount of luck needed. Kaki maps way less consistent to finish than LoL maps. Slow-mo gates before the final jump would be very cinematic, honestly. That would be kind of cool. But there's nothing there. Kaki is, yeah, just significantly more difficult. That's the simple way to put it. You can have, like, really hard LoL maps as well. But yeah, it's kind of like... I suppose at some point it's kind of like a blurry line between, like, Trial and LoL and Kaki. Like, you can have overlap between those styles a lot. How many hours do you have spectating? I don't know. You can add up all my streams since May 4th. There's Lunatic as well, which are usually very short maps. Kind of like... well, I guess, like, hard LoL maps are essentially Lunatic maps. More or less. Vito actually built a lot of Lunatic maps, very cool ones as well. We're starting to hope Deep Dive is over so you can take a day off. I'm fine. I'm fine. At the moment, I'm just excited about all the progress, because honestly, the pace in which these players have cleared floor 15 already, not quite all of it, but most of it, has been pretty fast, so I feel like we're getting closer to that full sort of final battle for actually finishing the map, and I'm pretty excited. Into the ducks, hazard goes right there. Here we go. My day is pretty good. Well, what about you? Your KR4 map was amazing, thank you. Oh wait, did you finish it? I vaguely remember the name. Or it was just a similar name, maybe. Mapping question, the grass blocks used for wheel clips, how are those created? You mean the, like, very thin grass blocks, right? Like the stadium grass that's just elevated. I'm actually not sure, because I never did it myself. But some of the khaki people here know it. You did finish it. Were you the one who made the super cool edit of the replay as well? That was fantastic. If I remember right. Brandit gets one landing further onto the beam. But not quite yet able to try the dragon section. That was you. that was great. True dedication. Think now we go in the dark for a week. Well, it hasn't happened yet. Hazard is still playing and streaming. Elcon has been streaming. Like, who is in the dark? Lars is streaming. Bren has been on the server as well. As far as I know. So... What do you think makes a khaki map good? Just like with any other map, like the simple answer is that it shouldn't get boring. It can get frustrating, but it shouldn't get boring. We will see if these turtle parts go well. Hazard already going pretty far into floor 11 today, multiple times. So many ads. I don't play ads, so it's only pre-rolls. Just don't refresh the stream and you shouldn't get any ads. Yeah, just don't close the stream and you'll be fine. You will never get an ad. Which doesn't allow us to disable those. Hazard, getting the shortcut. Don't think I've seen Hazard fail it yet, actually. I'll attempt this map, yeah. Once the event is over, I'll try this map. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, totally. Hazard. Flip. Works out. That's true, Viro, as well. Like, a full luck map can be fun if it doesn't get to the point where it's actually, like, super tedious. If there's, like, an element to gameplay to it. Like, the full lottery maps are just boring, right? That's the issue with them. Like, 157 and 300, they're just boring. Because there's no gameplay to them. You just hold the same keys, or don't even hold keys, don't do anything, maybe. And then you just hope for the map to do something. So I feel like there needs to be some gameplay elements to a good khaki map as well. Because, you know, we're here to play the game, right? Yes, 157 is the booster circle thing. 157 is good, but it's not for you. Okay, it's an acceptable take, but I would say that it's not good. Hello, Deadeye. It's great. What about you? Alright. Hazard. Floor 9 soon again. Definitely not super good, I would say. Though, I will say one thing. It's a memorable map. It's a very memorable map. So in some sense, it has succeeded in standing out from the map pack. Hazard now. 4-9 yet again. Doing good to hear. Progress seems to slow way down. I mean, last night was pretty crazy though. Like, floor 15 actually hasn't taken that many days to clear so far. Best map I've played? I'm not sure. Too many different styles and different concepts, and you know, it's kind of like when you have music for like different situations and different moods. Same with Trackmania maps. Remember my 15 hours on 157? Oh god, it only took me like 4 hours, luckily. What is tech in Trackmania? Yeah, I was actually planning today, when we have a good spot, to talk a little bit about drifts. But basically tech is something that usually uses these blocks, the concrete blocks, and usually has a lot of drifts. So the reason why it's called just tech is for historical reasons, because in the very old Trackmania days, like 15 plus years ago, there really wasn't another like way to build technical maps. These days we have technical ice maps, technical dirt maps, technical grass maps, plastic, whatever. But back then, tech basically just meant compact maps with drifts and all this kind of stuff. Oh no, Deadeye. I feel like everyone has a story about 157. Well, Hazard. Going in. Landing works. We keep going, and now we can kind of compare this to the semi lines before. So Hazard going for this other side and doing the big jump. Has figured it out pretty nicely. 229 speed, and it will be enough. But the low jump line can still give a little bit more speed. How is that so, Dash? Yeah, I'm not sure. Dirt came pretty late into TMNF, and, you know, even though there was the stadium grass, you know, it wasn't really like a big style, right? So, you know, you always had like the default grass that you also have on this map, right? The stadium is the grass, but yeah, it wasn't until this game that Nario actually added like grass blocks that you can build with. Like the ones that we have a couple on floor 8 at least. Not too much grass on this map. No, yeah, I can go with tarmac as well. My main goal is to differentiate between road and other types of roads, because there are other roads. So if I call it road, which is normal, people will confuse it with dirt roads, grass roads, ice roads. All of those exist in this game. Oh, floor 5 has quite a bit of grass. Specifically, this is a road block. This is a platform block. But then you have like, well, you don't actually have too many like road blocks otherwise. There's like dirt road blocks on floor 2. Oh yeah, floor 0, yeah, the very beginning is grass. These blocks, yeah. Also a different material here. This is penalty grass, but this is just grass. Into floor 10 we go. Pretty deep into it, but usually these initial sections aren't really a problem at all. Generally speaking, the pipe section is the first dangerous one. This one sometimes as well, the slide up the snow uphill, but generally works. I haven't played with the desert car yet. To balance penalty grass, there should also be reward grass. Suppose that's the normal grass, no? There we go. Pipes have been done, and then into the ice bin. Starting it here. Line looks good. There we go. You think the desert car is truly horrible? I heard very mixed things about it so far. Close up. Here we go. Sliding through the plastic. And close to 11 again. Has had some trouble with 11 today, but everyone has trouble with floor 11. There's just like a few choke points in there. The second half isn't basically an entire choke point, and then there's this high jump, which if you go too far on, you fall all the way down. The plastic sometimes doesn't plastic, and then these few final parts also not so easy. Floor 12 is like an important sort of choke point right now to reach, or an important like checkpoint almost to reach. It's a lot more recoverable. You think Granadi can catch up if he continues with deep dip? I don't know. Would need to put in like 10 to 12 hour days like all the time now. To even have a chance for podium, I think. Same goes for anyone who's currently on like floor 10 or floor 11. I think it is possible, but like the grind needs to be not only big, but very efficient. Like you need to make progress every single day, and a lot of progress every single day. Was a condition of deep floor mapping be that it has to be the stadium car? It's more that the floors were built before any other cars were actually added to the game. Because the snow car came last November, and at that point the map was already mostly done. Like the route was already done. Then there was just like fixes and you know, quality control, as far as I know. Pretty sure all the floors have been built at that point already. There we go. Does the map have car switch gates at the bottom? Actually, never noticed. Damn. Right now the favorites, based just on like the performance in like the past week, the favorites for podium are definitely Bren, Hazard and Lars. They are the players who have held the world record in the past week. Everyone else currently kind of catching up. That doesn't mean that, you know, Elcon wouldn't be able to overtake. Doesn't mean that Virtual or Scrappy wouldn't be able to overtake. But if we just go based on like the results of last week, it's been Lars, Hazard and Bren switching the pole position right now. If the big jump works, perfect landing. I think currently the most hours is still maybe Simo. Not sure. If the plastic is clean enough. Oh, it's bouncing a lot, but will fortunately land into the pool. It's always scary when you get like an unstable line onto the plastic. It might bounce like to a completely random direction. If it's very stable, if it kind of slides through the plastic instead of kind of bouncing through the plastic, then it usually gives like the correct correct landing as well. But with these bounces happening, you need to get a little bit lucky. Well, here we go. The Hazard spin strategy is going to land. Oh, another upside down landing. Did this earlier today as well, and it's still not going to quite work. Floor 2. Not floor 2. Well, it might be floor 2, honestly. Floor 8 is what I meant to say. But it looks like it's gonna go all the way down. Maybe a little bit of a late landing there. Not quite getting enough speed because of landing late into the loop. Simo was at 170 plus. Yeah. Has been putting in the hours for sure. Who was one of the mappers? Floor 15 mapper. Oh, Lars is 175 plus. Oh, interesting. The Virtual also at 170 plus. I guess, you know, the players are pretty close at this point. I feel like Kubas is getting ready to snipe the 4th finish on this map, honestly. It kinda looks like Kubas really wants to do it. Kubas is not allowed to take the win. Mappers are not eligible for the prize pool at all, so they're not part of the competition. So they are not allowed to show any strategies that haven't been discovered by the players, and they're also not allowed to like go to any undiscovered floors. So Kuba's just kind of vibing, not really competing, just enjoying the map. But I think once we have 3 finishers, it's not impossible that Kubas will be the 4th after the event ends. The mappers wouldn't be finishing Like, I do not think they would be finishing on the podium. I feel like they will wait until the event is over and 3 people have finished. Would be a little bit strange, otherwise. Could I not? Oh, that's a bit of a shaky tunnel. Works though. Would be fun to see Kubas play floor 15. But we're gonna need to wait for that, probably until after the event. Yeah, Kubas built floor 15, which is the dragon floor. And currently, Hazard has made it to this point. Ice, jump, zoop, jump, here. And then the final snake thing. And here's floor 16. Not much left of floor 15, but the ending does look very intimidating. It is a great event. Still very cool to follow. Only really works because the players are still really pushing themselves. The floor that I just showed is by Kubas. Floor 16 is the last floor. Suppose there's like an extra floor in a sense, but it's really just the final jump. So floor 16 ends when you reach... You go through this. This is still floor 16. And this beam balancing thing is gonna be the last thing on floor 16. Once you make it here, this is the beginning of the end part of on the scale on the left. So here, you know, you basically just drive. This jump being the only thing that you need to do that might be failable. Otherwise, you just basically climb up. And now you're on the final jump. There it is. So it's not really like a floor. It's maybe one jump you need to do. But yeah. We'll see what happens with the final jump. It is scary, for sure. Even if it's probably not maxed out. Hold on. What's the plan here? Oh, it gets through. If you're fully sideways through these turbos, they don't do anything, but it's a bit scary on ice to rotate the car. Get the boost. I don't know if formats should be like very viewer oriented on like grinds like this. I feel like for the players this challenge is like a very strong, good sort of personal challenge. And kind of through that it's also going to be kind of tedious for some viewers. And I think you can't really have both. Very difficult to have both, at least. So, you know, we have like events that are purely made for viewers, like Zerator Trackmania events were always mostly for the viewers, right? And also, like, the Trackmania Grand League was largely for the viewers, right? The players were super burnt out because they didn't want to do the identities and, you know, it was pretty rough. So I feel like it's nice that we have like a very player-focused sort of challenge as well. Of course, it's exhausting, but it's exhausting by design. So that kind of makes it a little bit different. Even if there will be days without progress and even if it takes many, many weeks, I think it's completely fine. It misses the line, and what are the bounces gonna do? All the way down, it seems. It's how the map treats you sometimes. Oh well. Happens. Like, yeah, the deep dip is, in a sense, if you just look at the numbers, it is pretty viewer-oriented, I suppose. But of course there are very, like, tedious parts of it where there's not too much happening, right? Currently the winner of this, which means the first player to finish the map, takes home about $15,500. Second place, 30% of the prize pool and 20% for the third place. So, high stakes. But I think, as high as those numbers are, I do think that the prestige of winning this event is probably more important. I actually don't care about deep dip, I'm here to post weird messages. Hey, you got it, you're doing a good job. How do you buy a duck with prestige? Maybe you can just go to the duck shop and say, don't you know who I am, and they will give you one for free. I don't know how it works. Never played this, but I'm in. Good luck. Hazard's still not doing the safe way here, even after not getting the clean line. I wonder if Hazard has even ever seen it. Probably has, come on. I feel like everyone knows that you can slide through here and then just line up and do the thing. But I suppose if you haven't done it before, I guess it can be a little bit uncomfortable. And if you're confident enough with this, like, direct line, then, you know, why not? Like, if you can get it in, like, 2 tries, who cares? But, like, if you fail the first attempt so that you don't, like, fly to the other side of the ice, you know, it could make sense to then go for the recovery, right? Would probably be a little bit faster at that point. But, you know, like, I guess if you never do it, then you would rather just stick to the strats that you usually do. Multiple people have like 170 hours or so. Bit of an early landing, but good diagonal line. Yeah, sick for sun, but also, like, is it really worth it? Like, if you're already fine doing this strat, right? Which ultimately is faster if you can do it first, right? Trackmania logo on side walls of plastic roof slide on floor 15 is flip upside down, also on floor 5. The beam thing? This thing? These all look right to me. Extremely important, of course, when you enter that part. Okay, I don't see it. Oh, these. True, but there's actually a reason, because these blocks look a little bit different from below. There's this like line on them. So I guess rather than having the Trackmania logo, Kubas wanted to have the visual thing there. Now here it's actually like kind of makes sense, because you do have this line here, and I guess Kubas didn't want that. Kind of acceptable. Hazard falling down, starting to run over. Not quite yet getting those high floor attempts going today. I think a better question is, which I've also asked before many times, why does every single block in this game have the name of the game on it? Like, if you actually start looking, there's Trackmania everywhere. All of these beams here have Trackmania. This block has Trackmania, this block has Trackmania. Like, you know, I know what game I'm in, right? Surely nobody is like wondering like, what was the game I'm playing again? Aesthetic of racing an F1. I mean, maybe. It's just sometimes, you know, there's usually in racing you have like different things, right? Different sponsors and logos and stuff. Except I'm getting inverter steering. So it's a little bit more variety. I don't know, Schlumpy. Probably not significantly. Just notice there's a big number on the part you just showed. Yeah, it's a small Easter egg on floor 15. It spells out Bren Have. If you type this on like a phone. The old phone typing. So the reason Bren won the Deep Dip 1 event, was the first to finish Deep Dip 1, and Have currently holds the Deep Dip 1 world record. So they got their name into the map. I suppose it could be like, you know, if people do like some, you know, short videos about Trackmania, then at the very least, everyone who sees those videos knows what game it is. Maybe that's the idea. Could be. Well, Have also getting those runs together, trying to reach floor 10 right now. Numbers spell out Bren and Have. This person's name. Have has that Deep Dip 1 world record. An excellent run. And I think you know, after this event, I'm probably not in contention for the podium, but might be in contention for the... oh, that's not... that is not the line. Might be able to get the wildcard once the event is over and the practice floors are released and everything else. Think you should try to beat Ava's Deep Div 1 wildcard? You think so? I think I probably shouldn't. Good one today. Probably it. Probably it. Trackmania logos and everything could also be there to help aiming. Yeah, that's valid. I mean, they don't really need to be Trackmania logos, but I suppose you could say like, oh, you can aim for the T. Kinda makes sense. Any big updates in the past 2 weeks? Well, currently the situation is that Hazard is pretty close to the end of floor 15. Ren is on 2nd place, about 4 tricks behind or so. And Lars also on floor 15. Elcon very close to floor 15, but not quite there yet. That is the main group of players trying to get the first finish right now. But other players can definitely catch up too. Hobbit does have like 100+ hours, and yeah, streams as well. Let me do this thing real quick. Probably streaming right now. Do you mind explaining how you dared to do Trackmania activities off stream? I can't reveal all the mapping projects that I do. Some of them are secret until they're done. Hello, Ale. What floor do you think you could reach with the watching knowledge? I mean, depends on how much I spend, right? In what amount of time? If I grind this for a year, then I'll probably be able to finish it. But it very much depends on that, yeah. Overall, I think the mappers have done a great job here. Very diverse map. Ultimately, it's built really well, where there's, you know, I think a pretty good amount of recoveries. Maybe like a couple more recoveries from floor 11 could be pretty nice, so the floor wasn't as decisive as it's kind of become compared to floor 8, 9, and 10 for our top players. Sometimes you will just have like weird things, like whenever you use pools, then, you know, weird bounces will happen, because there's just plastic and, you know, water is strange and everything. So, that's not to say that you shouldn't use pools, it's just like a byproduct of what happens when you use them. And then, you know, when you use these plastic items, it's very difficult also to avoid like every possible landing bugs, because that's just how the game kind of works. Like, sure, you could build custom items for absolutely every single part and make it so that the chance of getting landing bugs was absolutely minimal, but then the map wouldn't work on servers anymore, because now the file size is getting too big. So, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to have the event at all, or or you know, do you want to make sure that it's that kind of like a super clean experience? Like that's kind of the trade-off that you have to make. It's really difficult to build these kinds of massive maps. And yeah, of course, like, you shouldn't necessarily take everything that the players are saying at face value, because, you know, they're playing this live, they're saying things because they are frustrated at some runs ending when they feel like they should have gone further. So, you know. There we go. It's just really difficult to like get rid of everything bad that can happen with plastic, especially. Yeah, pretty much, Hendo. It's normal. It's normal and shouldn't be taken too personally. How big did Ellipse and Juice impact TM 2020? Both a lot. Juice, yeah, without the way too many transitions, item sets, the game would be pretty weird. I think you misunderstood Misuto. Hendo was saying like stuff that Trackmania players say, not calling the players bad. This is a very Bennett VOD map, yeah. Lars joining the server as well. The inverted steering basically just happens in cases... I've explained it in more depth a couple of times today, but the short answer is that inverted steering can happen when you transition from forwards driving to backwards driving without fully stopping. So when you like flip backwards and you continue driving there, then the game gets a little bit confused, and it can be that you try to steer to the left and you steer to the right. Basically, something that happens in forwards to backwards transitions. The map and the event and, you know, the plugin and the whole storyline and everything have been super great. For sure. Well, we have our top 1 and top 3 currently on the server. We'll see if Lars can get those runs going. I feel like when I drive on those small royal plastic blocks very slowly, I get stuck at something. Really, or just imagination. I don't think you would generally get stuck. Oh, I mean, saved this earlier as well. This occasionally happens. It's really just the flip here. The shape of the block, it's basically like a quarter pipe on the side, these bobsleigh blocks. They kind of flip the car easily, especially when it hits to the border up here. But it's very savable. Icy wheels take pretty long to accumulate, which means that this small sequence on the bobsleigh block is not enough to get you more than like maybe 10%, 15% icy wheels, and it will already go away when you need to do the turtle driving. Yeah, it does look pretty silly, Sasha. And, you know, a lot of newer players might think like, well, why did he just turn to the wrong direction there? But it is something that the game does. Sometimes it even does it so that you literally can't steer to the other direction. So both left and right inputs go to the same direction, which is very frustrating. Some kind of a bug. Can you place a checkpoint anywhere, or is it still a block? You can use gate checkpoints. And you can also use custom checkpoints. So gate checkpoints meaning basically the same things as this kind of a thing. This kind of like a gate thing. You can, or this is a better example. So you can make a checkpoint like this. Not too much, Slumpy. We're still working on it. Progress is being made though. Landing in. I think a lot of people also think inverter steering means it's just normal backwards driving steering, which when it's reversed again, yeah, but it's exactly the different thing. So you absolutely steer to the right direction that you would always steer to when you drive backwards, but it's inverted from that. Exactly, yep. Yeah, 22 caps, just to clarify, it's not really like it's not about the difficulty of that people are frustrated at. I feel like everyone is feeling that the difficulty is pretty fair. It's more about bugs, like unexpectedly slowing down on a landing because of like two blocks being connected in like a specific way. So not really about like how difficult the tricks are, but more about things that aren't really intended by the mappers that are accidentally on the map, whether they are avoidable or not. And you know, some plastic bounces, which can also result in very buggy interactions, and the pool blocks also can be very weird. Semi, again, clean through floor 8. Good flip as well. Climb here. Did they hotfix the map? No. It would be an unbelievable amount of time that you would have to spend to get rid of those landing bugs. Maybe you could remove the, like, you know, 5 most common ones that people are getting. But I don't think it's really worthwhile. Like, mostly they will be avoidable once the players know which exact spot you shouldn't land to, and then you do a little bit of a different line to get around it. And of course, yeah, it can be like frustrating still when it happens, but at the very least the players can like figure out these kinds of weird lines that do avoid those. Semi, back to floor 9 yet again. Hopefully getting the quarter pipes jumps now. Has made it to this section multiple times, but not yet gotten through it. This landing, that's gonna be the next PB. Are these bugs on Nadio's roadmap, or do they not have an open public one? They don't share anything at all anymore, really, about their plans. Like, very little. But, like, landing bugs... are generally avoidable from like a mapper's perspective. Like you can get rid of them by just avoiding connections. So again, like the reason why they happen is because when you use these kinds of items, the vanilla items, they don't connect, and there's a wall between these, right? There are walls below the surface because these separate blocks do not connect to each other. Whereas, for example, here we have two platform blocks, they don't have a wall because they do connect. So when your wheels land sometimes, specifically so that you land exactly on this seam between two items where there is this wall below, that causes a slowdown. Or it can even, in worst case, cause like a weird like landing where you kind of like just the car angles off the road, for example. So that's the kind of stuff that people struggle to deal with. It's kind of like the game mistakenly says that, oh, you crashed a wall. Next time, epic dude. Yeah, like you can, of course, like avoid landing on every single place like that, but realistically, it's not possible. Not every time. It's gonna happen. And it's just something that, you know, it can really even happen without that wall interaction. I think, like, there have definitely been some very strange, very extremely rare landing bugs just on, like, flat ground as well. What causes them? I just explained this, if you want to rewind the stream. I was explaining it as you asked. Hazard back to floor 7. Very consistent on these earlier floors still. Just needs to get through floor 11 and get these higher floor runs going for the day. Landing bugs are reduced in comparison to the older games, and that's likely because of the block design, right? So just the way that blocks are built in this game usually reduce it. That's my understanding. Maybe the hitbox of the car is very slightly different too. Like, for example, when the snow car came last November, it had terrible landing bugs, right? But they changed the hitbox and now it's a lot better. Are all players with a similar controller and are used settings all similar? So we have all kinds of players. For example, Hazard here, our current Voltigard holder, plays with keyboard. Lars, current top 3, plays with controller. And then we also have like a couple wheel players, not on the server right now, but Granadi and Mada, for example, play with a wheel. So you can kind of play with whatever and you can be competitive with whatever. Especially on a map like this. There might be some styles that favor controller, but I think generally speaking, on this map it doesn't really make a difference. As far as the settings go, I guess, you know, graphic settings can be a little bit different and such. And like in every game, I feel like, you know, everyone kind of has different settings. Man, everyone is everyone is waiting. Calm before the storm. Well, Hava is turtling. Getting towards that PB floor, floor 9. Oh yeah, I did see that, Slumpy. It's the boss best playing with mouse as well. Kinda interesting. I also heard... not quite getting the line. Is it gonna save on floor 7? There's this weird plastic bound. Well, it will land. You can do a save here, you can land here, and then do the classic recovery back to floor 6 that every single player has done, for sure. Bit rough, it's a bit rough, but possible to do. Yeah, I also heard another thing about the Comic-Con Baltic LAN that happened in the weekend, where there were like broadcast issues in the final, unfortunately. Oh, I'm missing the line that's all the way down to floor 4 now. Even missing the floor 4. Yes, floor gang time it is. Yeah, I heard that there were broadcast issues, like the stream wasn't working for the grand finals, which was really sad. As someone who has also worked in production of events, it's very tough when something breaks just at a critical moment like that. But then I saw SRK on Twitter, part of the organizers, wrote the reason, and the reason why the internet broke, it's so unbelievable. Like, it's actually like... I don't even know if he was serious. I still don't know if he was serious. Because what SRK said is that the reason why the broadcast broke at the end was because someone was using the production internet connection, like the production Wi-Fi, to download Skyrim during the grand finals of the tournament. Like, you can make that up. Well, production connection, right? Depending on how things are set up. I don't know what their setup is exactly. The production, the connection at the very least. But like generally speaking, you would have like a separate like public connection and a separate connection reserved only for the production. Guy chose during second half of grand final, ended perfectly when the match was over. It's crazy. Let me... back to floor 9. Trying to get through. Couple sections to clear here before getting the PB attempt again. How long it took the mappers to build the floors? Probably depends, but I would, you know, guess that it's a couple dozen hours for these kinds of floors. And then, of course, the assembly of the entire map is going to be a lot of time and fixing all the issues. But the initial, like, route building, probably like 10, 20 hours, maybe. Sylar took 50 to 60? Oh yeah? Respectable amount of time. both Lars and Hazard getting those floor 8 runs going. Another Larsard run beginning. What is my core build timer at? I haven't kept track with everything, but the route building was close to 600 hours. Sammy, now getting to the personal best. So again onto the road here, and then the quarter pipes. Really what you hope for is that you don't like land here, so you fall down to floor 8, and you don't want to commit with a line that doesn't reach the correct speed. So I feel like the next step for Sammy, after trying this for a couple times, is really just paying attention, like, okay, what is my speed? Is this actually gonna work? Or should I just reset the line, try to get a little bit more? Because you can recover back to this position very efficiently. Great memories, Sigfusson. Best mapper in my opinion? Too hard to say, really. Depends on what we're building. Don't really have a favorite floor either. There's so many different cool ideas. Myself. Best Neo NASCAR map. There's probably an argument there. For a lot of different styles though, basically any other style is probably not really an argument. Sammy going, that's probably not enough speed, and yeah, we'll bail out and we'll try it again. I'll start getting into the same point. Can't believe you finished the map with the snow car. What, threat of Ariadne? That one's a full meme run. I can't believe that someone else actually played that. Well, Lars also close to floor 9 then. Would like to get more of those floor 15 attempts. Cleared the first few parts fairly easily there, but now needs to just get more attempts through 14. Is ice possible with snowcar? Kind of. You need to do some reactor flights, and you also need to wait 15 minutes for the car to accelerate up a snow uphill at 1 speed, literally. Not exaggerating, that's one of the checkpoints there. It is extremely barely possible. Hazard into these tricky sections on floor 9, but at this point you're already on the better side of floor 9, because these jumps are much more recoverable than the turbo landings. And there we go. So we now have 3 different players getting to this, all 3 with different lines. The Hazard line, only one starting from the right side. So taking speed and going for the high jump. jumping through. Looks to be enough speed, 228, and the line is great. And then Sami getting into the same point. Yeah, 3 different lines. So Sami and Lars are doing the setup in the same way, but it's a little bit of a different line when you get to the quarter pipe. What Sami is trying to do is the most popular line, which is to just drop down from the quarter pipe over here. You basically just drive off straight, you drop down, land here. What Lars does is Lars will show us soon, but Lars does the same like low jump setup, but jumps very high still and barely lands clean into the quarter pipe. You can see the difference if you look closely. Lars going now, and does this pretty high jump line, and lands very barely there. But it's a very clean landing, it's a lot of speed when you get it to work. It's a little risky, but it does work. And now Sami, you can see the third line, so kind of dropping more like low, right? So basically like the very final part of that first quarter pipe, that's the difference. Whether you jump kind of up or whether you kind of go forward or even like down from it. Lars also getting through. It seems like Hazard failed. Unfortunately, the floor 10 attempt goes for the Elcon save here. This bobsleigh, not the greatest to get through. Honestly, it's possible, but the slides you need to do are kind of weird. Oh, that's very good. Gets it as well. Nicely done. Sami hasn't gotten through this yet. It's gonna be a personal best. Highest floor today so far is, I think, 11 from... No, well, Elcon did get floor 14. Just as we started the session. I suppose, like, today, like, overall today, Bren did get 15 this morning. From this session that we're having... Oh yeah, Sami actually goes for the slightly higher jump. 226 speed is enough, but the line is not quite there. So yeah, the commitment to this line, yeah, plastic bounce as well. Not quite reaching the pool. I think that when you miss this and you know that it's gonna go to the plastic bounce, I think you should honestly just accelerate. So as you see that, okay, we're falling down here, I think just accelerate, because that increases your speed when falling, and you're more likely to get like a high-speed plastic bounce that reaches all the way into this pool. It's a, you know, rough strat to like go for in the moment, but if you know that it can happen, then I think it can be a good idea to try. It's a difference between floor 8 recovery and maybe floor 4 recovery, so... Or 5. Where would you say are the tightest bottlenecks? Well, floor 11 is still rough, and floor 7 occasionally, maybe not today too much, but floor 7 occasionally still has like very difficult parts that have next to no recoveries. 10 honestly looks better and better. It really depends on the player. The ice spin really depends on like who's doing it. If, you know, someone like Virtual or Elcon is doing it, then it's very easy, almost. Virtual almost at PB? Okay, good to know. Floor 13 in the beginning. Lars a bit too far to the side. Let's see if the line is good. We'll correct it, and a couple wiggles should make sure that the speed is enough as well. Floor 11. Just did the plastic bunch. Okay. We can maybe check in on Virtual in just a moment. If Virtual ends the quarter pipes as well, then that's very close to PB. Lars, clean landings. Here we go. Gets the first run of the session going. Great landing here as well. Should be making it to the 1240 something range now, right now. 47 I think it is. Okay. Let's check in with virtual. I need to just do this thing real quick so I can swap between these two easier. Had to recover to cut route. Okay. Good check in anyway. Now back on the plastic bones. Plug-in. Not to switch between Twitch stream and in-game spectating, no. Getting the bounce now, looks good, and in the pool. This is close to a personal best. Virtual has made it to the wall right before, but that time, unfortunately, landed upside down, and that is unrecoverable. There's really nothing you can do in that situation. So, landing this next wall right, that's gonna be PB. This is already top 5. Elcon has made it further, and then Lars, Bren, and Hazard all on floor 15. Well, let's see it. Angles the car, front wheels very high. This looks like good speed. Oh, but clips the top part. Fortunately lands somewhere, and it's probably recoverable. At least you can maybe make it back to the shortcut point. There's definitely a recovery from here, but what's it gonna be? Going for the shortcut? Definitely not going for the shortcuts. So there has been speculation about going onto this pipe and then gaining enough speed to jump to the pool. I don't see it. I don't see it. To me, that's not enough speed. I could be wrong, of course. But yeah, I don't think it is. It was speculated when we weren't sure if the pool landing from the quarter pipe was going to be actually the right strategy. Hello, Nod. We'll see. I think you land on the wood parts and you go back from there. That's probably the best idea, mostly. You maybe go on the pipe just to get the recovery, right? But yeah, there's very few possible recoveries in this point, honestly. Can probably find like some kind of a landing though, and like you don't want to go all the way back to the beginning of the floor, which is definitely possible in some way, but yeah, you would rather avoid that if you can. There is a recovery path here that Virtual is scouting, so you can go onto the side, and then there's like this beam thing over here that you can kind of go over. And that goes to the bobsleigh loop, I think. Exactly this thing. Difficulty was also to get where he is. I feel like if the players truly believed in this pipe giving you enough speed, they would have gone for this. I don't think the landing onto the plastic was really the issue. Like, sure, it's not safe to land there, but it's, yeah, it's kind of rough. Lars has fallen down, we can check on the server, and Hazard currently on floor 7, getting towards 8, so... Yeah, that's what I feel as well, Argo. That's what my intuition tells me. Like, it's barely gonna be a jump. Good night, did I? I could quickly check, but I don't want to miss when he tries something. Definitely don't want to go down the middle, right? Don't want to go down the middle. That's not a recovery anymore. Floor 12 is definitely gonna be a possible save, but of course you don't want to go further back than you actually need to. Okay, he's scouting so much. Alright. Maybe someone can tell me if he's going. I can switch it back real quick. But I feel that you might go on the pipe. Of course, you know, there's probably a lot you can do. Yeah, it's kind of rough because you probably don't get enough speed from here. You can easily get, like, you can go on the wood and restart the floor at least. That's probably like one option, right? You just go, you drop down from the pipe onto this wood, and then you go here, and then you go here, and then you restart the floor, right? So that's at least like one recovery to not have to go back to the previous floor. If you want to get a little bit further, yeah, I guess you can, like, try to... You can go onto the pipe, but I don't think you can even reach, like, this point. There's this plastic thing that you would need to get over. There is this recovery way, but it's kind of weird. Tough situation, I suppose. Yeah, still scouting. I feel like you just go back to the beginning of the floor. I don't really see anything that's as safe as this one will be. And you don't want to throw this run away, right? If you can get back to the beginning of floor 13, I feel like you just take it, you know? Maybe there are ways to get to, like, a further point as well, but, like, is it worth it? Going, yes. Thank you. I'd imagine it's just gonna be the landing on the wood, honestly. Like, that just looks like the absolute safest option. You need to be a little bit careful because the wood surface is different from the, you know, usual tarmac surface. It does have very high grip. You need to make sure that you don't get any weird landing line that flips you over. Well, yeah, it's gonna be the wood landing right there, and it will grip the landing too. Trying to do this still with low speed. I suppose, like, if you do this, you will, at the very least, even if this doesn't work, which it will not, you will at least get to the recovery route there. That makes sense, I suppose. Or is there something else? Oh, a drop down? Oh. Okay, is it gonna reach? Oh, it doesn't reach. Floor 12 maybe. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the thing, like, you might save a little bit of time, but, it's kind of rough, right? It's kind of rough. It's a lot of risk. It's a lot of risk for skipping parts that I don't know if Virtual really struggles with, right? But of course, you try to go for, like, the safest way that costs the least amount of time, right? Clover got to floor 10. Nicely done. Great progress. I think playing off the server. Great achievement. Well, we will keep tabs on Virtual. Maybe the run will still continue. Final quarter pipes. We go and I've muted absolutely everything, Chris, for this event. I do usually have alerts, so I don't think they're that obnoxious. Hazard, back to floor 10. Maybe now we'll see a run get through floor 11 as well. Also, just a reminder that please do not use my chat as a platform to trash talk other streamers. Just, you know. Before things get too opinionated, let's say. Hazard, soon on the pipe section again. I'm just preemptively saying. No issues with this part. The pipe jumps can sometimes be a little bit dicey, especially the second one, but it has been pretty clean on these. Great line. Who's the current wildcard holder? This guy. Now to the ice spin. Timing looks good. Speed looks good. There it is. Very consistent now. Was difficult to learn the strat, but now it's really looking like a just another part of the map. Sliding through onto the dirt. There we are. So we keep going. Sideways landing here onto the plastic to make sure the car stops momentum as quickly as possible. Really the most effective way to slow yourself down. So Virtual already back at the plastic bounce. Okay. Check in with the half pipes here. Icy wheels. A little bit slippery on the plastic, but makes it through, and we go land onto floor 11. I'll need to do this again. Hi, Sunday. Not plastic punch yet. What are people talking about? Oh. Oh, failed the plastic punch, maybe? Well, we can check in with virtual anyway. Here's the bobsleigh loop from the player perspective that we don't often see. And just make sure that you stay on the ice. And then once you have enough speed, you go into the pool. Well, Lars has been on the server, yes. Made it to floor 11 not too long ago as well. Gets to the window. And the landing on the plastic works as well. Now lining up for the shortcut. Hazard getting the jump, but going too far. Unfortunately, just in the meantime. Oh. Happens so often. Such a punishing jump. Oh well, virtual. Still on the run. Close to the plastic punch. No weird things on the plastic this time, and then to the jump. Late air brake and bouncing over here. Hazard was the first player to really like try out this plastic bounce with all kinds of different backwards, forward strats, and it's been figured out. Virtual hits the landing a little bit, but still makes it, or hits the side there just before the drop down, but still works even with a light sort of sideways line there. Then the jump, upside down plastic part, and you hope for the bounce to get you to the pool. It will work, and again virtual getting close to the wall right. It's wet plastic once you get out of the pool, so it's very difficult to control, but virtual barely has the speed to make it through. I'm not sure if there's anything gear dependent there, like if you need to make sure you don't go too fast, because sometimes when you get a gear shift, which happens at specific speed. Okay, good line on the wall right, and this one will land. So virtual now on a personal best. This landing is going to be a PB. Has landed it before, but upside down, so now gets a new personal best. And then the final part, we'll probably scout this out a little bit. Checking on the server a little bit. We can actually, hold on, we can check on the map. So what's gonna happen here, and tell me if he goes surprisingly quickly, but he hasn't tried this before, so I'm probably gonna scout this out first. So how this works is this jump, completely trivial. Like dropping down into this, that's just a step to the actual part. Then you have to take speed, and generally speaking, players want to be a little bit slower than you can be when you get into this point. The reason for that is that if you absolutely full speed this and turn around in the air, you will kind of smash into this into this vertical part, and you don't want that, because as you hit this with your wheels, you will kind of bounce away from the wall as well, and that makes your actual landing over here much less clean, and you will get less speed. So if you slow down a little bit so that the car lands just in the quarter pipe, that's your way to get the maximum speed out of this. So, is going already? Okay. Not going. Well, going somewhere. I guess doing the first landing. Okay. Alright, okay. Not yet going for this one. So, yeah, here, the reason why you want the highest possible speed is because there's a hidden pool here. And with this hidden pool, if you land here, or in the very early part of the plastic, you get wet wheels. It's still possible to do this with the wet wheels, but it's harder. So you would rather get the dry wheels and go here, and here you can jump very far on the left side, and you either hit the pipe or you don't hit the pipe, you land into the pool. Both are possible. Both are doable, depending on, you know, what ends up happening. The main thing is that you don't go too far to the left. So here, going pretty far and bouncing on the wall, this is gonna be too slow. That is unfortunate. Is there any kind of recovery on floor 12 maybe? Oh, floor 9? Floor 9, so that's something. So that's basically what I was talking about. Going a little bit too far, a little bit too fast into the wall, and kind of like bouncing away from the wall, instead of landing into the quarter pipe, right? So that's basically exactly what happened. It could have been some landing bug, but I think ultimately the landing itself was just like too fast, you know? It could have been a bug, but either way it would have been maybe fast enough to get through the window, but probably with the wet wheels. What we see players do is really try to like focus on getting the landing here. And it can be like counterintuitive that you need to slow down for this kind of a landing, because usually it's like, okay, well, I want to get the most speed possible, right? But in this case, most speed possible bounces you from the wall, so yeah, you land like a bit unclean in the actual quarter pipe and end up losing more speed than if you slow down a bit, land exactly here, and get the super clean quarter pipe. But it's a first attempt, it's a hard section. Yeah, plastic, especially when a wall like this is composed of so many separate items. Like, we were talking about the seams causing landing bugs, right? Potentially. The walls can register as like actual crashes when the car lands so that the wheel touches exactly one of these seams. So you just look at this, right? There's a lot of them. So, you know, there's one here below, and all of these have the walls, and yeah, in some cases it can register as a crash. Even on the quarter pipe, you know, these are all like separate items. So that's kind of tough, yeah. Well, already back to floor 10 though, so Virtual might be getting back up in no time. Tricky section. I feel like floor 13 probably requires a little bit more experience overall than like floor 14. I feel like floor 14, you can generally just kind of like figure those sections out once, and then they will just work, especially the turbo sections. Are the khaki maps where you have to get a landing bug to complete it? Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, and apparently there's some. Not ones that I've seen though. Clover joining the floor 10 club. A very Very solid grind, getting back to floor as well. We can do this thing. Doing pretty nicely, overall. Floor 10 is already like top 15, right? Yeah, basically. Well, 16. I guess Hugo also, 1061 has to be like the first ice parts, basically, on 410. So, yeah, top 16, a very solid achievement, considering there's, you know, in the stats, people who use the plugin, I suppose, is gonna be 23,000 people, which is quite something. We're almost at the 100,000 kilometers total height fallen. It's a bit too close to the wall, but actually still lands, even with that wall hit. It's nicely done. I think I might get myself some hydration at this point. We can maybe check in on Clover's journey to floor 8 in the meantime. Yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Is Clever also a map dev, like one of the mappers of this project? No. Clever is, I think, a very good Royal player. Also finished TP1, yeah. So Royal is a team game mode. Used to be a pretty interesting one where you have like different stages in a map, and you essentially have like 5 small maps in every Royal map, and you try to complete the like progressively more difficult sections, and once one of your teammates would complete a section, you could teleport to them and you could try together to beat the like hardest sections and get more points as you finish the sections. Since about half a year ago, Royal was drastically changed, and now I don't think the Royal players are really too much into it anymore. But we'll see. Maybe there's some hope for new changes as well. Good night, Schlumpy. Nobody has got back to the ice slide today, or even really close to that section. Gonna be a little bit off. Is there any recovery? Floor 5, I think, is the closest one. Maybe to the grass. Oh, right through the hole. Oh, into the ice. Oh, that is a tough one. Tough luck for Clever. But getting some good progress in today. Reaching a new floor and everything. Can I tell as well? So Bren has gotten the beam landing on floor 15, right? Right before the dragon section. But did not get the beam landing well enough. Got stuck on the turbo afterwards and had to reset. I think Hazard overall streams pretty rarely. If you were to guess, who do you think finishes T2 first? Too many options right now. Like Lars, Bren and Hazard have been switching the Welder guards in the past 2 floors so often. Like first, it was Bren reaching floor 13 first, right? Then Hazard was able to get the plastic bones to work. Then Lars was able to get the plastic bones and get all the way to the end of floor 13. Then Bren took the welder guard again, getting to floor 14. Then Hazard was able to, I think at that point, equal the welder guard. And was able eventually, Lars was able at that point to get to floor 14 as well. And then Hazard eventually was the first to floor 15. Made it pretty far there in the first third of the floor as well. And then Lars comes back. Lars gets the welder guard. And then Bren on the same day gets the welder guard again by like 1 or 2 sections. So like, I feel like all of these players are doing really, really well right now. And it's not at all impossible that one of our players on floor 13 or 14 right now, Elcon, very close to floor 15, on the final turbo ceiling thing, whatever you want to call it. And Virtual, we just saw get a new personal best on floor 13, very close to getting through it as well. Scrappy also on floor 13. Schmaniel in the beginning of floor 13. So, like, all of these players definitely have a chance if they want to go for that push. I think Schmaniel said at one point that he's not gonna win. But maybe podium is not out of the question. Really depends on the final push and the playtime, and a little bit of luck mixed in as well. How hard this turtle rail actually is. The previous turtle part, turtling itself is very technical and definitely does require a lot of practice. The actual, like the second part though, this thing seems very consistent. I don't think there's much to this. I think you just go there and, you know, then you do the things, yeah? Hazard, this looks like Looks like landing by missing these plastic jumps here. That's what it kind of looks like. Probably what happened. Was the car is kind of moving against the wall. Probably restarting that one. So like the actual actual line there. The actual inputs that you need to do on that second turtle part is basically press forward and tap to the right occasionally. Doesn't really seem like the frequency matters too much. Tap to the right, or some controller players also hold like 50% right steering during it. But it really doesn't seem that it's too bad. The only thing that can go wrong is the entry or the exit. The actual tunnel thing is, you know, not too big. Hazard off, yeah. Well, Elcon on the server as well. Elcon was playing in solo yesterday. But yeah, today seems to be climbing on the server again. Some connection reasons probably. Otherwise, they yes, Waldegard still hazards attempt at the ice part on floor 15. Let's see now, Lars getting closer to floor 10 again. Shitake, wanted to say thanks for the great daily streams you provide. No problem. New to the Trackmania community, what do you stream normally when players aren't deep dipping? A lot of mapping related stuff. I do play the game as well. Explore some new maps and track of the days and cup of the days, which are like official maps that release every day. But yeah, a lot of mapping related stuff. So build my own maps, often pretty ambitious projects, and also do map requests in the weekends and that kind of stuff. Mapping competitions, some other competitions as well. yeah, though, Nate. There's gonna be a new mapping competition once the storm calms down. No worries. Elcon did not get a wild card, but did get a new PB. So Elcon is in the very final part of floor 14 right now. So the turbo thing, where is it? Here. Elcon is trying to make this work. What you need to do here is basically find a way to get into the ceiling, which is covered by turbos, and the turbos will push you upwards, and as soon as you get grip of the ceiling, the turbos start affecting you, and then they have no other way to push you but towards the pool. So Elcon is trying to get this one to work right now. And then it's only one jump into floor 15. And then from here, Lars has cleared all the way plastic bones here to this point. Bren has cleared all the way to this point, and Hazard has cleared, which is the current world record. All the way to this point. So this ice section here, the dirt zoop into this landing, and then this weird snake at the end of floor 15. That's the final part of the floor. This is where floor 16 begins. So 2 sections remaining, we could say, basically. Yeah, no worries. No problem. So the ice is a little bit of a mystery still. Hazard tried to do it without an ice slide, and it looks like if done really well, you will gain enough speed there. If you want, you can probably also do an ice slide. Maybe landing in an ice slide seems like the most sort of sensible idea. So you jump from the dirt and immediately land sideways to build more speed. So we'll see what the next player that gets there tries. If it's Hazard, maybe trying something else. Or maybe, you know, going for that same kind of line, just cleaner. If it's gonna be Lars or Bren, then potentially it's gonna be some kind of like an ice slide strategy. We'll see. Hazard still only 1 attempt, and no one else has gotten to this point. Thank you, Chameleon, for the 22 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, if you are too short on that jump into the ice, that's GG. It falls all the way to the down. It's right in the middle of the map, in the big hole. Uncharacteristic mistake here, Lars. Oh, missing floor 8 as well and bouncing through floor 7. Oh, that's unfortunate. Not getting to the half loop there. Floor 11 chose played as one of the more punishing floors. All the way to the bottom. That's a tough way to end that run for sure. What is your biggest project you've finished and maybe currently working on? Thread of Ariadne is probably the biggest one I finished, which is a 20-minute endurance map, and 4 is probably the biggest one I'm working on, which is also a 20-minute endurance map. Hopefully we'll finish at some point. What are track competitions based on? So there's basically, we have mapping competitions where we give 2 weeks generally to build a map within a given theme. So there's, you know, different themes, like it can be full speed, or it can be ice, or it can be... one of the more interesting themes we had was I built kind of like a wonky map, and the goal was to improve that map. So mappers build what they want, and then they submit the maps to the map pack, and then we play all the maps on the server, and anyone can play, and then you can vote for your favorite maps. You kind of rank them in sort of like a, you know, you essentially just rank them, like what's the best map and what's your least favorite map. 2 maps get... 2 maps win from the chat vote, and then 2 maps I pick as winners. So 4 total winners. And then we play a cup on those winning maps as well. Was the best at ice, Lars, Bren or Hazard? Hard to say. It's not Hazard, most likely. I guess it would probably be Bren. I'm not 100%. Ice is a very specific style, also one that you need to really grind to get good at. Like, you know, all of these players are good at ice, but like, are they on the same level as like Elcon or Virtual? Not really, because that requires like very dedicated grind on ice specifically. I'm not sure what the Vamos is specifically, but what these are, you will notice on a lot of players have these brackets and then like a logo thing or whatever. So that's a club. So you can have like a club. Lars has the ITB club, for example. So you can just assign a club and it will show in your next to your name. Oh, is it Massa's club? Interesting. Habe does live in Sweden, as far as I know. Oof. Into the quarter pipe. At least recovers that line. I will, Thone. But yeah, I'll probably, you know... Oh, have not enough speed. A little bit careless maybe in that acceleration. Oh. Elcon also on the server. On this session here, in the last 5 hours or so, haven't really had any runs to the higher floors. Virtual was able, off the server, but still, was able to get a new PB on floor 13. But yeah, floor 14 is still not quite there. Elcon, when we first joined, did have an attempt at the end of floor 14, so that's something. But yeah. I feel like what it's coming down to is really just like getting that one run. So it's not really like, you know, how consistent the players are, because like at this point consistency is just kind of rough, you know. You make one mistake, you're all the way down if it's the wrong kind of mistake, and it can happen at any floor. So of course consistency is important, but I feel like at this point when we're trying to get to floor 15, it is just kind of dependent on the day if you get that one god run or not. So you are less likely to get like a lot of runs to these highest floors. Kinda what it is. Kinda how this goes. Any good progress today? Personal progress for some. Elcon, Bren, Virtual, all with small personal bests. Timo made it to floor 11 as well. That's a huge moment for Timo. But the world record is still Hazard's, and yeah, no one's really close to that. I feel like anyone who's currently on like floor 13 can absolutely still compete. When you're on like the floor 11 range like everyone else really is, it's gonna get tougher. Right now we have Elcon on floor 14, Virtual, Scrappy, Manual, all on floor 13. I think all of them can make the climb to the podium, for sure. But below that, it's gonna be difficult, and it requires a lot of runs. Mudda's still on floor 11 as well, so it's a big climb, you know? Like floor 11 versus floor 15. It's a lot.
Let's go,
Two players meeting here. Lars trying to get those runs going too. Clover also made it to floor 10 today. That's pretty solid. Was the player that reached floor 15 the most? Bren. Bren still has probably the highest consistency out of any player. But if the progress doesn't follow, you know, then it can be that someone like Hazard gets that one god run that makes a lot of sudden progress, and then even if you're getting to like your PB all the time, if you can't get through it, then that can be kind of rough as well. But I mean, Bren, I'm sure will catch up to Hazard. Has kind of shown that level of consistency throughout the event, and I would imagine it will keep happening as well. Oh, Lars. Falling down. Not quite getting the run started. Interesting landing. One of the, you know, more precise ones. Don't think you do much from here, though. It's still floor 1. Most and least favorite surface when playing. I don't really have like a one of those. I feel like everything in this game can be used in clever ways. Oh, this is very close to the edge. Oh, we see this happen pretty often, or often kind of flips over and it's down the middle, unfortunately. So we're kind of back to the bottom. Everyone. Yeah, no, I feel like everything in this game can be used in creative ways. Everything has its uses. When you do maps, do you plan them ahead schematically, or do you just improvise on the go? Really depends what I'm building. Can be either one. But oftentimes you need to adapt anyway, so usually you just pick the style that you want to build. Kind of think about the general layout of the map. Like, you know, what kind of blocks do you want to use? What kind of surfaces do you want to use? And then you kind of just try like 15 different options for every turn and pick the best one. Back to the bottom. That's kind of what it's gonna be sometimes. It has to be pretty exhausting for these players to keep this grind going every single day. But right now, I feel like the pressure is on. So close to the final floor. Ice feels random at first for sure, but eventually you'll pick it up. It does require like a lot of concentrated practice, but it's definitely possible to get consistent on ice and understand it as well. Rubber is the worst surface. I mean, yeah, you'd never really see it as like a drivable surface. Totally meant to be driven on, I think. Sure, yeah, like, it's probably the least usable surface game. I think it's possible that someone will finish this week, yes. Rubber is a custom surface. Okay. Strange surface. It's not a custom surface, but it doesn't have official blocks with it. So you need to make your own blocks. Which I have made. I don't think this one works. I think it's this one. So this is rubber surface. It's essentially a penalty surface. And it's very useless. Just in general. Everything is weird about it. You don't really ever accelerate on it. So, you notice that acceleration on this surface is absolutely miserable. Car is not moving very fast. Especially if I'm turning. But this is not really meant to be driven on. I don't really know what it's for in the game. You can kind of drift on it, you know. It has the terrible sound. But yeah, it's not really that great. It does have one interesting property about it, which is that it locks your speed to 500. There's no other surface that does this. So you notice my speed is now locked to 500. I can full steer, not drift. And yeah, that's kind of interesting. And there are uses exactly for this reason, because if you go to like grass, for example, that's 800 max speed, and dirt is 900 max speed, and those are very high speeds. So if I show like one example on this map, endurance map that I'm building, I've used it a bunch here. This is a very long map, and there's a couple situations where I've used rubber to normalize the speed to make sure that you can do some sections in like specific ways. So just like a quick example is at the end of the first floor. Here's another way to use like max speed, which is basically that here the speed on the car is wrong, but the speed here is correct at the bottom. So basically, when you go onto dirt, you notice that the speed locks to 900. So this means that every player, because there's a lot of turbos here, will get that 900 speed, no matter what speed you have when you're entering the section. And then, because the uphill is also grass, which has 800 max speed, there's no way you can gain any speed on the grass, which means that I can calculate this kind of a massive jump that will always work as long as you're aiming straight. If you're aiming to the side, then it will not work, but this jump works every single time speed-wise. It will land perfectly every single time. You will always have the same speed in the landing. So this is like a way to utilize this kind of thing. And then the way to use the rubber is at the end here, where here, after this final section, you can have kind of whatever speed, right? You can have more than 500, you can have less than 500. So what I did was I essentially take the rubber surface, and then I give a red turbo, which if you are lower than 500 speed, then you will get to 500 speed. And now in the downhill you have exactly 499 speed, and that allows me to again calculate like a cool transition between these different levels that I have on the map. So this kind of like a big jump that always works. There's pretty much no way to fail that ever. So that's kind of the use for these kinds of blocks, but it's extremely limited. Then you have ice stuff and yeah, all kinds of things. There's one more case where I've used it, or a couple more ways where I've used it. We have the backwards part, by the way. This is kind of like shows you what backwards driving kind of is. Like you have to do these small speed slides all the time. The shadows are super broken for some reason. That's not a speed slide, but it's, you know, kind of something. So you do these constant drifts at a specific angle to gain some speed. And then there's a forward transition where there's way too much stuff going on to make it consistent. But then again, in the downhill, because this is an endurance map, we have like the rubber surface that limits your speed so that you can actually take your hands off the keyboard. Because this is also engine off. So this is like a planned rest point where you just make sure you're going straight, and then you can take the hands off the keyboard and the car will go always at the same speed. So, you know, then you can steer here. So this is kind of like the stuff you can do with these kinds of services. Also, at the end on this map, we have this place where there's two separate endings that you can choose from, and again, rubber is used so that this final straight, because it's a long straight so you can have time to make the decision, and also small break for you again, this we don't want to snowball this kind of a straight, because then the previous turn, whatever speed you get from the previous turn, would matter way too much, right? So in this case also, we can use rubber to make sure everyone has the same speed, so it doesn't end up being like a super important section to get high speed on. And then you choose your ending, and then you do the map, and yeah. Blah 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 blah. Oops, wrong club. It's an official surface that seemingly has absolutely no use officially. It's not used in official blocks. But yeah, you can do interesting things. That is actually, I think, the final route version. But there's two versions of it. One with guidance blocks and one without, for Blender landscaping, which is the part of mapping that we're currently going through. I can't use Blender at all, but that's why Big Thirsty is in the project. Do uphills and downhills affect the maximum speed of the surface? No. But you will slow down on uphills, and then there's a risk that if you use something like grass or dirt, that players can speed slide to affect the speed. So if you're trying to normalize the speed, you need to be careful with that as well. Maps looks insane. Yeah, you can see the full run as well in the video if you want. We'll finish it eventually. And the goal is that it will be one of the best maps in the game ever. But it's also a lot of work to get it there. It's basically penalty road. You can think of it as penalty road, rubber surface. It's not a slippery surface, yeah. Any exciting runs today? From like a personal best standpoint, sure. Virtual getting a PB. Elcon getting a PB. Simo getting through floor 11. Or floor 10, I mean. So in that sense, sure. But no new world records or any, like, big progress made in floor 15 right now. We'll see. Elcon could get there. But yeah, I do think that rubber, yeah, doesn't dry wet wheels. I think so. Do you do your own scenery? Often, yeah. But I also collaborate sometimes. Rubber is used on blocks in the game. It's the white on top of border of road blocks. I've heard that being said before, yeah. I never investigated it myself. The acceleration doesn't seem too affected from it, honestly. But like, this would be rubber. Yeah, I guess it... Yeah. Could be. I need to test the acceleration someday. Yeah, sausage block is basically just a shape of another like tarmac block. Most blocks in this game function basically as tarmac. Into floor 7. The water part. Taking a pretty slow line here. Jumping to the left. Initially players were kind of bouncing the plastic at the top. And the problem was that they would often fly outside of the water. And the water is what allows you to flip the car back up if it lands upside down. So just a little bit safer to do that slowdown strategy there. Ooh, Elcon. Okay, getting some interesting wood grip moments here. Car is bouncing though, so recovery will be there. That's how wood surface works these days, since last November. It's very interesting. In this game you can't ever trust the color of surface, it can be disguised. Yeah, the color itself doesn't really tell you the surface yet. You can have like, for example, you can have these black beams which are metal, but you can also have black plastic, which is, well, plastic. Road and ice surfaces also look very similar. And for example, this here, the glass surface, that also functions as plastic. These blocks as well. This is essentially, the gameplay is plastic in these. So this block is the same block as this block, for example. Which, yeah, it's confusing at first for sure. There's a plugin that makes ice a little bit more blue. Many players are using that. Oof. Tight landing there. Manages to save it. There's definitely some pretty confusing choices with the wheel interactions and the surface recognition and stuff like this. I feel like, you know, not all choices are as defensible as others. Generally speaking, if a map is well built, then the surface recognition will be pretty intuitive as well. Not really speaking of like that things should be realistic, but more about that things should like be consistent with each other, right? Like, you know, it would make sense if ice was a little bit easier to differentiate from tarmac.
Let's go.
Maybe. for example. Or, you know, the whole situation with wood, for example. Which is, we have this super high grip wood, but now old maps that have the exact same blocks, the physics are completely different. Ooh, through the tunnel. So these wood blocks here, the pillars here, they now have the insanely high grip, but if you play an old map that was released before November 2023, the physics will essentially be tarmac. So when the map was made, will affect what the physics are, when they could have just also just made a new surface, like a separate wooden surface, when they wanted to add this new wood thing half a year ago. Replacing this old one didn't seem necessary, but you know. It doesn't affect old replays, no. Care to explain the fragile dirt interaction? Basically, when you steer with fragile on dirt, it's kind of like a slow version of the icy wheel, like, flick that you get on dirt. I don't know why it happens, again. It also works on sand. But I know that it works. It's a big problem. Like, you know, a nice thing, nice sort of compromise. Well, in this case, the wood thing, they could have just made a new wood surface and nothing bad would have happened, right? They could have just made like a different looking wood, or even made it a completely different surface altogether, like changed the visual entirely to something else if they felt like having two wood surfaces would be confusing. But in some cases, of course, they've changed like ice physics, and that has affected old maps. One solution could be to have like legacy physics on older maps, which, you know, you would have essentially like the old ice maps would still work as they have worked. Which, yeah, that could be confusing. Oh, Elcon. That is a very rare mistake. Oh god. Is it gonna be savable? It will fall off the edge, I suppose. Maybe going a little too fast, but okay. Just resets, I guess. It happens, you know. You're so used to these parts that you kind of, you know, just mentally it's difficult to like try to focus on every single thing that you do on this map, and occasionally those kinds of mistakes happen. What happens? Yeah, I've heard that in SMM2 they've kept the physics, yeah. Ours very weak turtle. Oh, not able to save it. The going a little bit on this uphill thing here that makes it so much harder to save, and the inputs that you need to do are fairly precise as well when you do this sideways motion. So that's, you know, that's the important thing about turtling, that you keep this sideways motion going, because if it ends, then wheels are not touching the ground anymore, and the run is over. Well, both still trying to get those runs going. Sounds convoluted to have multiple versions of the same things. I mean, yeah, sure, like, it brings its own issues to have, like, multiple different physics within the game, right? But at the same time, right now you're in a situation that's also confusing, which means that if you load in like an old official campaign map, for example, I can show real quick. If we go back to, for example, the old campaign, spring 21, I think. There's this map that I never got the author medal on. So here, this map was built. This is an official campaign map built by the developers of the game. So this map was built before ice changes, right? And the main thing that was happening with ice before was that you would have stronger ice turbos. When you had icy wheels, turbos would be stronger. So if we look at the water guard here by Mada, lands on the turbo, jumps, and lands over there, right? Looks very clean, no problem. And then if I try this myself, I basically just press forward, right? I land on the turbo, and I barely get the speed, right? And at this point, I'm already like 1 second behind the water guard. So if I enable the water guard again, you'll notice that just by taking this turbo, like, the speed difference is insane, right? Mada is just better, I guess. So, you know, this is a problem as well. So, I guess, you know, there's downsides to both having legacy physics on old maps and, you know, changing things as well. But, you know, you can bring this downside as well, right? The 80 is still possible to get, but I just never felt motivated to grind like a broken map. Imrek, thanks so much for the prime. And also, like, one thing to consider is that we do have these, like, prestigious maps, like Deep Dip 2, right? So if there's a physics update that eventually changes the map, either making it slower or faster or maybe impossible to finish, then that can reduce the prestige of actually having, like, a water guard on a map like this. And that will kind of, like, demotivate people from grinding these kinds of water guards, right? Like, yeah, Ghost is a classic map built in the first week of the game, releasing at the very launch of the game. It was a 5-minute or something map, maybe 3-4 minute map by Simo. Very cool transitional map, and that map right now is unfinishable because of physics changes. So that's kind of sad, right? Like, the water guard on a map like that, it kind of loses a lot of its value because it's no longer beatable anyway. So it's kind of hard to, like, say, like, what kind of value it has anymore. Of course, it can be like a legendary run, and legendary runs will be legendary regardless of what happens with the physics changes afterwards. But I do feel like it's important that that someone doesn't get a water guard, like a permanent water guard, just because physics change, right? Yeah, Elcon always does this spin shooter here. What do physics changes bring to the game in a positive sense anyway? Well, so the reason why a lot of the ice things were changed is because ice was to an extent dependent on action keys. So there are these keys in the game where you can kind of enable a toggle and it limits your steering to a certain percentage. So for example, you can on keyboard steer at 20% strength by activating action key 1. So it's supposed to be something where keyboard players are able to kind of smooth steer. You don't always just go 100% or 0%, but you can use one of the action keys to steer at 20%, 40%, 60% or 80%, which does sometimes help for sure. But the problem that came from it is that some techniques, especially on ice, especially on bobsleigh, became very action key dependent, so that even controller players would have to use action keys. And I suppose on controllers you have less buttons that you can, you know, bind to things. And at the time we even had 10 different action keys and not only 5 like we have right now. So you would have like all of the 10% gaps as different action keys. So it was a big thing for a keyboard, but I suppose for a controller a little bit weird, and I suppose Nadio didn't really like that, so they started changing things towards the direction where action keys weren't necessary anymore to do. For example, water bounces. When you like bounced on top of water at high speed, that used to be faster to do by steering a little bit diagonally into the water and then doing a 30% steer to correct the car's line. That would give you like a speed boost. So you would always, on water maps, you would need to have action key 3 bound to your controller, because that would just be the fastest way to do those water bounces. So that kind of stuff, you know? And you know, we can say like, well, are the changes good or bad or whatever? Ice community has a lot to say about that, for example, but that's kind of, you know, I suppose the reason why it was done in the beginning. Good night, Epic Dude. No one beats Hazard's World Record. Not yet. Whether it's possible to do legacy physics or not, you know, I feel like at the very least we could try to not break old maps when not necessary. Like the wood update was a little bit unnecessary, for example. So it's just about the implementation, but also about like just the choices that are being made. Like, just make a new wood surface, don't break the old wood surface, right? Does physics changes mean there are certain campaign maps where you can't get a gold medal? I believe that every author medal is still possible to get. There's only a couple maps that are much harder to get the author time on, like the one that I showed before. Author medal essentially is like one medal above gold medal, which is basically the mapper's own personal best time. Or, you know, whatever time they wanted the map to have. Ooh, Elcon. Falling down again on floor 6. Not really getting those runs going just yet. Have on floor 8 though. Not doing too bad at all. Would be confusing if they didn't break old maps. Yeah, sure. What are red medals? Those are champion medals. So that's one tier above author medal, but that is a plugin. So it's not like a real medal on the map. It's basically champion medals are only added to certain maps, only to track off the days, and only to official campaigns. So you enable them with the plugin, and they're based on like an algorithm calculation that's like an automatic calculation based on leaderboards and the other medal times. Okay. Personal best currently on floor 9. $1,000-meter mark is gonna be the next achievement, I think. Timing the flip looks a little bit off, a little bit too early. The wheel, I think both the car wasn't maybe parallel enough to the wall, and also I think the wheel hit the wall a little bit too early, not quite low enough on the corner. Did you know with wet icy wheels on rubber you can have 800 max speed? I did not know that. Did not know that. Interesting. Good to know. Flip. Waiting for the time. Again, a little bit off. Is this savable? Oh, it's much worse when it doesn't even flip the right way. I feel like it has to maybe be a little bit more like to the side. It's a little bit too much like front first, maybe. But it's a really difficult thing. Like, it looks so much easier than what this upside down driving is, for sure. Making good progress regardless. Start to run. I'm guessing that it might be Tona driving the author medals. But Tona would definitely have the skill level to completely overcook those, so yeah, it's... The official campaign maps are definitely meant to be a little bit easier. The author times. Well, Elcon trying to get those runs going. Clover doing the recovery back to floor 7, and Ixon in the pool. No, I think they definitely drive the author times. Ixon looking to clear the ice floor right now. Orton, a bunch of people currently there. Clover, Matt, Granati, Ixon. Bjorns as well, who has been playing on the public server. Oh, Ixon, a little bit of a risky line there. Hugo as well, should be floor 10. Into the pool. You can recover this if you do get the grip, and Ixon does, but there's a very long, tedious battle that you need to go through. The way you climb this kind of a pool is the front wheels need to stay higher than the back wheels, otherwise the car loses grip on the wall. So you just need to retry this until it somehow works. Oh, close already. Need to make sure you don't get pushed too far because the water... Oh no, 2 people here at the same time. Okay, this is interesting. So the water actually ends over here, so you don't want to drop all the way down here. Alright, this is quite something then. It's not that easy to fall down, you just need to take those 10 minutes to climb back up. Well, it's worth it. Floor 7 still. It is possible that you bounce too far. Definitely possible. But if you're careful enough... It's always the front wheels just need to be up, so you can kind of tell if it's gonna even have a possibility of working. Oh, makes it pretty far. Good swimming lessons. You think Royal players do this kind of stuff, Shorty? I'm not sure how many underwater maps Royal has. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. I guess, yeah. Ixon really... Oh no, Ixon. Falls a bit too far. Maybe pushing it a bit too much. Well, happens sometimes. Goes clever. We'll keep trying this. Trying to go a little bit back, a little bit more back, so that the front wheels would have a higher chance of staying up. Oh, that looks pretty good. No, not quite. Was promising. Not quite. Great. There's one Royal map that used this mechanic, but unintentionally has a cut. Oh. Interesting. Any thoughts on your floor, Maverick? Now that it's kind of been figured out. Did you expect the ice spin to be a big challenge? I did hear that it was nerfed. Oh, that's good. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It's gonna fall back. Oh, okay, it somehow got pushed back towards the ramp. Alright, well, that works, I suppose. I was afraid that it would go too far back and fall down. For non-ice enjoyers, yeah. But pretty happy overall how it turned out. Yeah. Yeah, I think it gripped the side of the pool somehow. It is savable. Many people have done this. Like, that was close enough already. Oh, is that too far? Oh no. Oh, a little bit too far. Exits the pool, and even if you can land here, like, it's not recoverable. There's absolutely nothing you can do. Maybe if you dry the wheels, maybe you can try somehow landing here, and then, I don't know, floor 6 maybe? I suppose you could maybe go over here, somehow, and then floor 6. Maybe that's possible. But it looks pretty rough. No, yeah, it's, floor 10, honestly, is very consistent overall. Ban techie. Floor 7 is kinda rough, for sure. Like, you know, what are the recoveries here? Floor 4, not great. Floor 6, you're never gonna land this. It's too steep landing. I think you just somehow try to do some weird angle here and drop down here, but it looks pretty tough. Or maybe you try to jump forward and land on the plastic somehow, but yeah, Clover's gonna try this. This jump here, it seems... Oh, actually? Hold on. Through this over here? Okay, that's ambitious. If it works, it's kind of cool. Oh no! Lands it here, actually. Nicely done. And no, you can't get back to the plastic. There's a... It's different height. So yeah, you do need to go here. But Clever makes it to floor 6. So that works. Happy that people can do it consciously now, and I think I managed to avoid mostly RNG plastic things or long blocks. Yeah. You would have probably used like ice customs if the file size allowed, right? But when you need to build vanilla, it's a little bit limiting, obviously. What, Isaac Plastic was the only way to bypass that, really? Yeah, that's what I figured as well. And that's probably the same reason for floor 3, right? However, good recovery overall. It's another quiet day. You never know though. Hazard's Voltigard kinda came out of nowhere as well last night. I really think the only like possible land bug on floor 10 is when you land from the ice halfpipe to the plastic halfpipe at the end. Like there's the beam on the side and that can cause the landing bug, but yeah, like what are you gonna do, right? You can avoid it at least, like if you just land on the plastic it will be fine. It's only if you land like next to the beam and the plastic, right? And it's pretty uncommon as well, I think, to even get the bug. Shallow dip skill issue. I feel like it's just the grind, you know. It's a tough map still, you know. But I think putting in time, like anyone can get through it. Just depends how much time you need to put into it, right? Kind of the question. That one is actually one of the few custom items. Made that landing a bit wider. Before it was just a single wall ride block. And you'd land back more often because it was harder to aim. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I actually kind of looked at it in the sense that it kind of looks different. It looks a bit wide. So, yeah, this... Okay, so this whole thing is like one thing, right? So the wall between these two, this wall can cause the landing bug. But yeah, actually really good that you made this custom. A rare custom item so that you don't have the walls. So as long as you land the plastic, you should be fine. Good thinking. Good mapping. Oh, not again, Clover. No. Not again. Oh god, this one is not recoverable. Oh, that is unfortunate. It is truly like one of the harder parts of this like early this first half of the map. Like floor 7 is just so brutal. The recovery is very, very difficult. And 7 hours so far, and I'm still at floor 2 of Shallow Dip. I mean, I would say that so far, you've spent 7 hours and you've already reached floor 2. I'll gonna have a tough time as well. Definitely not a bad achievement. I mean, that's like 1/3 in. I don't think there was ever any response to the royal changes, ever, no. It's so important to reach floor 8 still. Floor 8 is so important to reach. Because it gives you the soft checkpoint. So many more recoveries, so many pools, so many retries. Getting through floor 7 is hugely important. But yeah, it's difficult. Floor 3 was, I think, reached on day 1, yeah. Floor 4 was the, like, first big choke point, the first quarter pipe jump. Let's go, Shorty. You got this. Kinda responded to it. They said they have no intention to do any more changes to Royal, as they want to focus on creating new content. Oh. Actually didn't hear about that. That's kind of tough. Okay, since it's a bit of a slow time, one thing I figured I would talk about a little bit is drifting. Because we actually never really talk about it, yet we see it happen occasionally. There's not really too many drifts on this map, honestly. But I figured it's still maybe worth kind of talking about a little bit. Let me build up. Oh wait, what was the editor plus plus thing again? Was it holding shift? Oh, someone knows. God, I forgot. Shift and space or something? No. Oh, Control F. Okay, I wasn't even close. Thank you. Oh my lord. Okay, well that works. I don't know what all of this is. I don't know what all of that is. Do you want some logs, Zertrov, or something? Yeah, I just held Control F. Oh, I don't need to hold it. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, alright. So, okay, you just click it once and then you do the box. Yeah, this is such a huge way to do it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it was just holding the Control F, I guess. Alright, well, anyway. Super useful thing that is enabled by Editor++, made by Zertrov. A great tool. So, okay, drifting. Oh, interesting. I mean, it's fast enough, honestly. But, okay. So, drifting. We don't really see it too much, but sometimes we see, like, on floor 9, people do some small drifts and such. So, maybe it's worth mentioning, because it's not that simple in this game, and maybe some people are also getting into Trackmania because of this, so this could be useful to know. So, drifting in this game on tarmac requires two things. Of course, on dirt and grass and plastic, you kind of drift automatically, right? But on tarmac, it works in a different way. You need to actually brake to start drifts a lot of the time. So, two things are required. One is that we need to have around 200 plus speed, is usually safe speed. And then we need to turn to the direction of the drift for half a second. So if I don't fulfill one of those requirements, so for example, if I try to drift at low speed, I'm turning to the left, and I press brake, this will happen. This is called a no slide. Not a nose slide, as many people mishear it as, but a no slide. Basically means that you didn't drift. So, you don't want this kind of a drift, because it's not a drift, right? So then, if we get 200 speed, and I steer very quickly to the side, and then I press brake, that's also not gonna work. So, basically, even if we have the speed, if I'm trying to do the drift like very quickly, it's not going to work. What I need to do is I need to have the 200 plus speed, and I also need to turn to the direction of the drift for half a second before I start the drift. So here's how it works. So here, get the speed, turn, drift. And you drift by essentially just pressing brake, holding brake. That's how drifting works. It's a tricky technique to get into initially, but that's how it works. So it's very unintuitive, but once you kind of hear the mechanic behind it, just getting enough speed and then turn, drift. That's basically what it is. When you get more than 600 speed, you no longer need to actually do it yourself, because the car will then get auto slides. So at 600 plus speed, the car will just automatically drift, and that's something also to keep in mind. So here, if I just turn at 660 speed, the car will automatically drift, even if I don't press brake or anything. a lot of the time on some maps you need to avoid drift because high-speed drifts are usually very difficult to control. Usually keeping the grip is more valuable. Is there a difference between tapping brake and holding it down? Good question. We can check. So if I get the speed, and I'll just get the 4th gear as well. I turn and I just press the brake, it's gonna look like this, right? So it doesn't really carry the drift very long. So the longer you want the drift to go, the longer you also need to hold the brake. So you can hold it all the way through, and the car will eventually do donuts, right? So basically, if we have like a like an actual turn, your goal will be to, you know, do good racing lines and drift for the least amount of time without crashing. That was a very bad drift as well. But you know, you kind of understand the point, yeah? If I just tap the brake, then it's gonna go... Well, okay, I built a bad turn. Let me try again. Let me do a little bit of a more comfortable setup so that I can steer to the direction of the drift in a bit of a more comfortable way. So let's build it like this, or like this. Yeah, that should work. So, you know. Something like this, yep. So you don't want to crash walls, that's the main thing, and you kind of try to calculate these drifts based on whatever gives you the cleanest lane. Sometimes multiple brake steps can also be valuable, yes. So kind of like doing like a little bit of a release on the brake during the drift can sometimes give you better lines. So then there was a question about Neo slides, which if you have seen floor 9, you might notice that, wait, hold on, these guys are actually drifting at below 200 speed. Yeah, Shorty, it's very situational. Like, usually one drift and then accelerating is the best line. Generally speaking, when you do like a turn like this, your goal is always to maximize the exit speed, almost always. So whatever gives you the highest possible exit speed out of a turn will be the best kind of sort of thing. That means that doing the drift early, getting the line and accelerating earlier will be better than doing a drift late and losing more exit speed. So generally speaking, you want to do the earliest drift possible that gets you the perfect line around the turn without crashing the walls. So yeah, if you watched floor 9, then you might have noticed that they do the floor 9 in the middle. There's a small drift that some players are doing at like 130 speed. So what's that about? Well, that's a technique called neo sliding. So if I try to get the 130 speed and I just drift like this, it's never going to work. But there's a technique called neo slide, which is not that essential, so don't worry about learning it immediately. But this is essentially how it works. So even at low speeds, I can start a drift. Failed that one there, but this works. So how this works is you first accelerate, and you never let go of acceleration. You will always hold acceleration. Then you start steering, and you release the steer. That's the first 2 steps. So forward, turn, release, turn. Then, once you have released the turn, you're going to press brake, and you will hold that brake as well. And right after you start holding brake, you press again to the side. So basically, always holding forward, steer, release steer, brake, steer. And it's a tricky thing, and it requires like a certain rhythm. So if you do it like too quickly, then you will fail it. So you need to steer a little bit to the direction still. But basically, if you look at my inputs on the right side, you will notice this input. So steer, release, brake, and steer. That's gonna be it, but you need to do it pretty quickly. So, like this. That's what the players are doing there. Not everyone is comfortable with this technique. Can be easier, more comfortable to do with keyboard than controller, for example. So, yeah, you can use this technique to recover from no slice if you miss up like a drift setup, for example. Can work out. So then, yeah, then there's one more type of drift, which is speed sliding, which essentially means that you hold the specific like angle with the drift, and that can give you a lot of speed. So this is a technique that's used a lot on full speed maps, and we also see it on like grass and dirt or at lower speeds. But yeah, that's like a full speed technique. Controller players definitely use the analog sticks, but there can be some techniques like maybe neo slides that some players would do on the D-pad. I'm not really sure. I don't play controller myself. But maybe they can adapt to techniques like this sometimes. If they don't overlap, there's no speed increase. Yeah, and the overlap depends on your speed. So the more speed you have, the more the front and back skid marks need to overlap as well. One good NASCAR player that uses the D-pad? Oh, which one? There is, yeah, just as an example, someone asked. I can show this map real quick. This is the short version of this map. So there is a style called NASCAR. This is kind of like new type of NASCAR, maybe not really for the old school players, but this is basically like a mapping style where you build high-speed stuff, and drifting at these speeds, as I said, becomes less controllable. So it's actually better to try to avoid drifts and instead release the acceleration. This is something I built recently. So also an interesting style. You don't really encounter this too much. Not many people built this. But there's a campaign from Dexter where I built like a multi-lap version of this map as well for that campaign. But this is kind of like, you know. Oh, is it Razzie? Good job. Dopamine got a nice run on the 9-lap. Oh, really? I actually haven't seen it. Wait, what was it? Oh, I'm searching clubs. Oh, whoops. Yeah, of course. We need to go here. There it is. How do you know if you should release or drift? Generally, if a turn starts from over 400 speed and it ends in over 400 speed, it's going to be a release. And if either of those speeds, or if the exit speed is less than 400, then it's probably a drift. There's, you know, more to it, but... Oh yeah, this is a great time. 9:39 from Doba on this multi-lap. Sorry, Anska. Hope you get well soon, dude. I'm trying to keep up with everything, I promise. I'm doing good though. Hope you will feel better soon. I'm curious if Doba is doing the, like, jump strategy here. Kind of, yeah. I still don't think it's, like, much better than keeping the grip. Okay, whatever. This has nothing to do with anything. Okay, but yeah, that's kind of drifting. Glad if that helps some newer players get into this game. And yeah, if you're wondering about something else, just feel free to ask. Sometimes it can be hard to find the right questions, I guess, because the game is very weird and unintuitive. No worries, Dennis. Yeah, it's like there's like situational things, like the very edge cases, shorty, are the kind of like it doesn't make a big difference anyway, right? Usually, if you're on the very edge of whether drift is better than a release, then usually it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters, but, you know, we even have, like, some maps where, like, top 1 is doing a different threat from top 2, but they end up very equal. Someone is drifting and someone is releasing. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, usually a well-built map is going to be either full drifting or full NASCAR. So it's kind of rare. It does happen, like, accidentally, and sometimes on purpose as well, I guess, that you have both kind of mixed together. Can you slide upside down with the booster? Do you mean like a reactor boost or like a turbo? You can do lots of things upside down, yeah. There's the reactor boost block, which kind of like pulls the car like upwards if you're going upside down. And you can do some upside down maps with that. Elcon. Back to the quarter pipe. So often. Just like a super difficult section. This whole sequence from the water parts into the turbo tunnel, basically. Can't believe Lars is still trying to backwards SD that section. Wait, really? Wait, the floor 6 section? Have you told him? Maybe you should tell him. So, backward speed slides that Lars will do here, they are necessary here, but there's a difference. You can have backwards gear, or you can have forwards gear. And sometimes when driving backwards, you can have forwards gear as well. So here, when you flip onto this, flip here, and you then continue driving backwards, you will have forwards gear while driving backwards. You cannot speed slide when you have forwards gear, even if you're going backwards. So backward speed slides, those small wiggles there that increase your speed, they only increase your speed if you are with the backwards gear. So in that case, floor 6, you will not gain speed doing them, you will lose speed. So, I mean, maybe Lars is having too much speed and tries to slow down like that? I don't know. Well, either way, I mean, it's working fine, I suppose. You know, there's a lot of very specific mechanics though, and I'm sure that I'm doing a lot of things wrong in this game still. Okay, let me catch up a little bit. If you could talk to your starting self for Trackmania, what's the biggest technique you would want yourself to know? Just started out, but struggling with them other medals in the second half of the new campaign. I think the biggest concept to understand is to realize how much the game is about exit speed. Like, maximizing your speed after a turn, not just getting like the best driving lines, but making it so that you lose speed early and then you can accelerate as early as possible when you're doing like a drift or in general like a turn. Like that kind of a concept. How much of the game is not about getting clean lines, but just purely about acceleration. Because the acceleration is fixed, right? Everyone's driving the same car. So maximizing your acceleration in the parts that snowball speed, which are the full speed parts, long straights and such, that's like a big realization. I learned more about Trackmania watching Villa in the past month than I have in 4 years of playing. Game is weird. I had a great coach in the beginning, so I'm glad if I can also pass that forward. Virtual taught me so much when I got into this game. Both players in the beam landing. Elcon makes it. Let's see. Lars makes it as well. There we go. Important section to make because the next few parts are a little bit easier. Mostly landing, no issue. Lars will save this turtle against the wall. I'm very confident in this save. It's almost every single time gonna be a save. A bit of a difference here though. Elcon going for the slightly slower way here. Lars does the intended shortcut jump. Have you ever noticed the extending frame behind the driver's neck when the top of the car hits something? Yes, there is a thing. I do think it has a hitbox. I feel like dead turtles are really not like a big problem. Like, it really is... Like, this map is so far outside of the general... Oh, is it just Visual Shorty? Actually, I'm not sure. But yeah, like... This is so far outside of what normal Trackmania is. Usually if you land upside down, whatever it is, you're gonna respawn at the previous checkpoint. But here, you don't do that, because it's a very specific type of map. So I don't really think adjusting the game, because some things are happening on this kind of map, would be, like, really reasonable. I actually thought that the thing would have a hitbox, but... will definitely help Turfamo. So much of this game is about that knowledge. It's part of the hitbox, but the hitbox doesn't change when it extends. Oh, gotcha. Okay, okay. That makes sense. So it's kind of like visual, because the hitbox always accounts for it anyway. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. Here we go then. Lars into the long beam. Timing looks good. On the other side, looks good as well. Then just the flip. Hi Twist. Did you finish your FTZ map? I just finished mine today. Just gotta hunt a good AT tomorrow. Twist. The deadline was already. Right? You're already late. Come on. Anyway, no, I haven't finished mine. Elcon fell down. Floor 5, it seems. Made maybe some mistake on the reset jump. I also get permission to send it late. No, yeah, I need to get it done still. I don't know what my map is though. It's horrible. I mean, it's not horrible. It's actually kind of fun, but it's pretty weird. I'm not sure if anyone's gonna be happy with it. Lars, floor 9, and this is a big choke point to reach. Okay, Lars, fortunately, I think notices, I would imagine, yeah, directly into save. I actually think that Lars noticed that the line was too far to the right. And what you want to do here specifically is you want to crash into this beam, because it will full stop you and end your speed there. If you land outside of the beam entirely, then there's almost no way you're gonna slow down. So I think Lars actually purposefully tries to kinda go directly for the save, which is a really good choice, because if you land on this turbo, you're likely to go all the way down here, and from this point it's to the snake to floor 7. But when Lars does go on the other side, kind of focuses on that save, then it's still gonna be floor 9, right? A lot of time saved. And you don't need to do anything on the floor 8 anymore. This time, lands on the left side. Very nicely done. Yeah, I don't think you're ready for my map twist. I don't think I am, honestly. I feel like it's gonna have like 15 different issues, but I... it's kind of fun, so I'm not sure if I care. We'll see. No, yeah, the snake route, not only is it like a pretty big punishment for failing this floor 9 section, at the same time, you know, it's also not like 100% safe, right? I don't even know how worth it's really going to be to do the snake, because you can also recover much more easily back to floor 7 beginning, but I suppose the problem with that is that you then need to do the plastic loop again, you need to do the tricky transitions, you need to do all the turbo tunnels and water parts again, so I suppose you skip all of that if you do get the snake. Lars again. Going to do the high jump with the low jump line. There we go. Good speed. It's very good when it works. Sometimes it's a little bit too short of a jump, but... does work. Now the final quarter pipes. Just need to make sure you don't land upside down, and Lars nails it. Hazard and Matt go for the other side strategy still. Back to floor 10. There we go again. Ixon and Elcon trying to survive floor 7 right now. I think Elcon in the water part right now. Did the bots die? Oh, is Lars chaining this? Oh, Lars starting to chain this? I'm not sure if Lars was doing that earlier already. But you know, Virtual and Lars are chaining this. I suppose it saves the extra setup there. It's a pretty decent time save. Like, yeah, it's probably like 10 seconds actually. Okay, looks like the bot is down. Yeah, it is possible sometimes to break tap during those dirt zoops. And you can gain more speed by like lightly pressing brake. But it is not necessarily there. In fact, it would probably mess up your line. The good thing about it is that it's very risky to do brake taps. You can slide out of the like zoop when you do brake taps, and that can be disastrous. The timing is very important, and you can do also too many of them. Sometimes you can afford to do like 2, and then sometimes not. It feels very weird. I don't really know how those work. Wasn't chaining yesterday? Okay. Oh, starting to get this new time saves. Back to floor 10. Ice spin. That famous ice spin that many players have gotten stuck to. Lars also did at one point, but now has improved a lot. Able to get it down, and this looks to be very close, but not quite there. Will land onto the dirt. Oh no, wet icy wheels. Oh. Why am I here? What did I click? Wet icy wheels. Not the greatest tool for turtling, for sure. Moving forwards, it might be somehow possible that it lands onto the platform below. It's gonna be very lucky if it does. We'll see. Is there a way to get out of the ice slide faster? Lush made this look so smooth, and when I'm trying to get out of an ice slide, I'm almost parking. Release acceleration. So there's two ways to control ice slides. One, if you want to make the ice slide go tighter, you brake tap. And if you want the ice slide to end, you release acceleration. Yeah, already reset, can't really blame him. The chances of saving that are pretty slim. Interestingly, Elcon, out of all people, not going for the quarterpipe shortcut. It is way less risky, you know, nothing here in the tunnels is really too bad. Could be that Elcon hasn't seen it being done, could be true. Or, you know, just wants to stick to the struts at this point. There's a lot to learn still on the last two floors for Elcon, so... Maybe it's just like a way to kind of not add any extra problems at least. Elcon never cuts. I'm not sure if that is true. I feel like I can think of a couple runs on Track of the Day maps, but okay. Well. I'll show one good one. From recent times. This is worth it. What was it again? This map. I think Elcon has the record here. This is the usual Elcon Track of the Day run. Corny has... Oh, okay, well, we'll check Elcon's run. Oh, yeah, Elcon actually... Oh, yeah, Corny has insane time, what? Anyway, we can check the Elcon run. Well, there was a GPS, right? Was it backwards? No? I just wanted to see the intended route. Is it somewhere? Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, so here's the intended way, yeah? I feel like the GPS should be visible from the start line. That's my only thing I'm asking. Pretty interesting map though, you have a lot of custom items on this one, all these cars and the roller coasters are all custom. Looks visually really cool. Pretty interesting route as well, there's the underwater part here. Avoiding the traffic and going around the beach. Trackmania Turbo Vibe, definitely yes. And then flying with the reactor into the finish. And while that is a cool route, that is not how the map ended up being played. It's not the strategy that people used. You notice that Elcon start is worse than mine, but here's where it doesn't matter anymore. So, Elcon has a different strategy. Route is slightly different. It's also skipping the reactor here. That seems to be faster somehow. Okay. So really quickly, the reason why that happens is because you have a reactor over here. There's a reactor boost, and reactor boost can be taken to two directions. It can give you down, or it can give you up. And this is decided by which direction the car is facing as you take the reactor. So Elcon, with this setup, like bouncing over here, makes it so that the back of the car actually goes through the reactor first, which gives you the reactor up. And with the reactor up, you can fly all the way. Or is it actually the reactor down still? Oh, is it the reactor? Okay, alright, so it's a different thing then. But that's usually like the way that these kinds of things work. But okay, yeah, I guess it's actually reactor down. Alright, well, anyway, you can take two different directions on reactors. But yeah, the Volta card, it's a cleaned up version of this shortcut. So yeah, the reactor pulls you down, and yeah, Corny does something. Yeah, this is what reactor maps usually become in Track of the Day. Trackmania players are pretty good at finding and executing shortcuts. Kinda cool though. Kinda cool that these things exist. Anyway, no reactors on deep dip. But yeah, Elcon is really good at those kinds of shortcut actually. Really good at finding and being able to do them very quickly. One of Elcon's biggest strengths, probably as a player, is to do completely ridiculous shortcuts. Well, also good at ice. Floor 10 suits Elcon pretty nicely. Has some extra ice slides. Virtual once fell off doing this extra ice slide that you definitely don't need to do. Oh, Elcon also actually starting to chain this. Seems like Lars and Elcon both have started doing this small optimization. Into the ice spin we go, I think. It's possible to fail the pipe section especially though. It's kind of tricky. Need very good lines. Oh wow, is this a thing? I don't know if that's a thing, Elcon. I don't think that's a thing. Well, worth trying, I guess. Well, it was better than I thought it would be. But yeah, I do think this setup is pretty good. He actually got it once? Really? Damn. That's impressive. Need advice? Is it too late to start climbing deep to 2? Too late for what? The map will stay there forever. As long as patches don't break it, so you can definitely climb. You can try it out. There's also the easier version, Shallow Dip, which is meant for newer players as like a similar grind to an extent. This one. But just so you know, if you aren't super experienced in this game, or if you maybe are just starting out, we have the world's absolute best players that have played on the biggest stages. Multiple world champions have been playing this map, and none of them have finished it. These guys collectively have like our top 10 collectively probably have like 500,000 of Trackmania experience. Not 500,000, the math doesn't work. But let's say like probably have like at more than 100,000 of experience in Trackmania overall. So just so you know, this is extremely difficult. Yeah, I mean Trackmania always looks so much easier than what it actually is. Kind of the thing. On into the pool. You have 150 hours of playing? Yeah, so, you know, a lot of these players have like 10,000 plus. So, I would recommend trying the Shallow Dip version. Brent said all Trackmanias combined, he has like 30,000 hours. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think Scrappy as well has like a lot of time. Elcon probably a little bit less because Elcon has tried, has got into the game a little bit later than the others. Oh, looks to land. Nicely done. High jump always a tricky thing. And into the plastic. Looks clean. In the pool. Yeah, of course, like it also depends how you've spent your hours in the game. Like myself, I mostly build maps, so I miss a lot of experience like grinding things in this game. As well. Oh, Elcon very close to the edge, but still lands it. I can show the Shallow Dip version at some point, yeah, when there's a good moment. Landing in. There we go. So, clean line here. Don't want to get too much speed. Jumping through, and we're in the pool. Weird landing, but that's what it's gonna be. That's gonna be the, you know, average landing on water. What's the best current player whose first game was TM 2020? Maybe Elcon? I'm not sure. This streamer server is currently closed, so it works through a whitelist, and the whitelist is closed. Elcon from TM2? Okay, yeah. So, previous generation still. Is this enough speed for this jump? Elcon's gonna try. Will work. Think Elcon played some TMNF? Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't be sure. I'm just basing it kind of on the age. Elcon, one of our younger pro players. Semifying is TM 2020, yes. True. Into the turbo. There we are. It's very common to have 5 figures in your main game when you get to like high competitive level. I also have 10,000 plus hours in Trackmania. Not sure exactly how much. Yeah, so the whitelist is basically closed, but there are some exceptions that are made, I suppose. If you're interested, Shorty, you can message Whiskey probably. Elcon does the spin around strategy. It's the floor 13. No issue with floor 12 at all. Now it keeps going. Jumps through the window as well. Works fine. A little bit faster, I suppose. Next, the spin onto the turbo. And I guess Elcon will still be going to the Elcon shortcut here. Oh, lands a bit to the side, but be fine here. Into the bobsleigh. Oh, what are we doing? Okay, just taking initial speed, I suppose. Has a, you know, comfort setup. That kind of makes sense. You don't really need specific entry speed to that, but I feel like some players will have this sort of like just a method that they don't want to kind of deviate from. And there we go, a couple loops, and we go over here. And yeah, maybe Elcon doing the big shortcut. It's riskier, but it does skip a couple extra sections. But yeah, Elcon has failed a couple times. Oh, that's a very close landing. But does manage to get to the right side of the window. And then the wood. Oh, change this as well. Avoids airtime. Needs to be careful with the really, really fast turn rate here. And yeah, we'll go to the window. You might be wondering what's happening if you haven't seen this before. So what Elcon will try to do is place the left front wheel on top of this border here. And then the goal is that you jump out of this plastic entirely. Okay, setup works. What about the jump? Into the pool, and it works again. Elcon definitely going for the riskier strategy, but it skips a lot. It skips the plastic bounce, it's faster, it skips the half pipe section as well. It's really hard to recover if you fall down, but Elcon makes it work. Oh, late landing. Is this enough speed? It will be. Well done. And then the final part just goes for it. Early slowdown, wants to land directly into the quarter pipe. Looks like a good speed. Will skip the wet wheels, the hidden pool, and then to the left, landing into the pool. Very clean line, Elcon. Gets to the final part. Now over the ice. Oh, doesn't really line it up much, just goes for it, and it will work. I feel like Elcon is still, feels to be the most comfortable player on these kinds of sections. He kind of goes for everything. Feels confident. Oh, Elcon, oh, needs to stay on the block. The ice makes things difficult. One of the wheels looks pretty icy still, but I think this should be savable. Looking to go around the beam. Good thinking. Stays on. That's a little bit something, but it works out, and through the whole clip jump as well. Alright, Elcon, not giving us a break today. Apparently. Then to the turbos, and the turbos only affect you as you grip the wall. So if you're in the air, you take the turbo, they don't push you anywhere. So this whole trick is based on the fact that as you touch the wall, the turbo pushes you to the wall, and then the car has nowhere else to go but to do the backflip. So that's how this next part works as well. Here we go. Clean line. Towards the wall, backflip. Seems very consistent. I don't think the players are worried about those sections at all. This quarter pipe sequence though, pretty tricky. Elcon, very clean landing. Is the speed good? Very good. Looked a little bit scary, but I guess that low line might be, again, the faster way to do that. And we go again. Now the long sequence. Ends with another turbo wall. Quarter pipe jump looks clean. Then angling the car towards this wall, hoping that the turbos push you to the pool, and it will work. Do boosters increase your acceleration, or do they just give you speed? I mean, in the game code, I don't know exactly. Like, the end result is the same, right? The effect usually lingers a little bit after the turbo as well. So it could, in the game code, maybe it's an acceleration boost. Well, Elcon, now for the line here. There we go. Here we are. I mean, yeah, that would make sense, surely. Like, that would probably be the reason why it doesn't work when you're in the air. So increasing acceleration kind of makes sense, right? Give more grip, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Entry. Who knows how the game works? Well, Elcon better know how this next section works. Tricky quarter pipe jump up to the right. Oh, it's not quite the height, but there should be some way to recover below, and it will be on floor 13. The tricky part about this is that Elcon does need to do the other shortcut now. So Elcon usually is going for this new skip. Only Elcon is doing. But at this point, you can't do it anymore. The general recovery here, jump back here, go on this plastic and go into this pool. That's usually the recovery. And then you do this route, right? You go for the plastic punch. But if Elcon hasn't really done this before, then it could be a little bit tricky to get the hang of. Turbos make the ground go backwards. Fantastic. Well, you can go to the back to the start of 13, but I mean, it could maybe be better, but I mean, you have a lot of VODs to look through for the plastic punch as well. I don't know if Elcon has ever tried the plastic punch. Always goes for the new skip. Someone could finish the map this week. All it takes is like 4 god runs. Learning floor 16, getting the final god run where everything you learned clicks, and you get to the final jump and you've one-shot it. Okay, Elcon. Okay, this is new. Oh. Okay. That was really precise, by the way. Elcon thinks, well, I haven't done the plastic bounce, so let me just find another way to actually skip it. Friend did this save before? Interesting. I don't know if Elcon has done this quarter pipe either, though. Can just take speed from this and, you know, go from there. That's what Hazard is doing. Gonna going back and forth on the quarter pipe, but maybe Elcon kind of coming up with a plan before committing. So, you know, taking speed, jumping upside down into plastic, and then you get back to the pool. So that's gonna be the same place. Might need to watch some VODs to pick up the struts. It does look like a pretty scary jump from here to the halfpipe, but, you know, I suppose it's like a relatively straight jump. Very difficult section. Very difficult section, this quarter-pipe jump. Seems to require such a specific line to get the height, so you need to go all the way up here. Then, with speed, bounce from the beam onto this part. Okay, Elcon already going. Seems to have figured out the strat. Gets it clean. The bot, I think, is down. Let me restart it soon. Here we go, back to the wall right. Front wheel entry to make sure you don't get a slowdown and lands it well. Then the final jumps again. Good practice. To the side, but lands clean enough, I think. Skips the water. And then the line. Air brake into the pool, no problem. Hazard takes this ice jump very carefully, like lines it up, seemingly trying to get the exact same line, but Elcon just goes for it. Seems like it's working at least, so, you know. Well, Elcon, confident in the intuition. For a reason. This time, a little bit of a cleaner way to get through the ice. Then the hole clip. That's very close. Oh, it falls down at the end. Try again. Very good this time. Then the turbo. Oh, into the hole. Is it savable at all? Oh, gets an unfortunate line. But does land. This is the wall ride section, so not the worst. Feel like you can start from here and still get enough speed. I don't know if you can climb back. It looks risky. I don't think you want to try. I think you just line up on top of this, and then just... Oh, okay, well, Elcon, alright. Feeling confident, alright. Okay, yeah, do what you want. Never mind me. More practice. Lands very early onto the wall. This is gonna be a little bit less speed, but still, I think skips the water. Oh, I think it... Was it wet wheel still? I'm not sure. Oh well. Elcon. Directly into the ice again. And gets it. Gets it as well. Over the sand. Just the hazard strategy here. So, kind of like slowing down during the jump to hit the hole so that the car slows down before ever going onto the ice. And it seems to be working really well. Again to the hole clip. And again gets it. Maybe a little bit of different line for this whole jump. Went pretty far from the left last time. I think focusing more on taking like a little bit of a different line. Okay, that works just fine. I'm not sure exactly like how you avoid the hole to this direction. Like closer to the pool. But I mean, main thing is that it works. Landing again. Hazard has made it through the dragon section and also a couple more sections after that. Then the quarter pipes. Low line. Oh, we are floating. Probably looks completely fine for the player, but in spectating, it's a little bit different. Everybody else at the bottom of the map. Lars and Sami trying to get those runs going still. Good landing. And again the turbo wall. There, oh, doesn't quite angle it enough. And there we can really see, how this works. So if the wheel just doesn't grip the wall, if you don't really actually like drive on the wall, the turbos just don't do anything. So you do need to get the angle to the turbos to be able to do that. I think there is a recovery here. Where am I? I think you... Over here? Yeah, I think you have to go over here. Wet wheel beam. Bit scary, but... Oh. Carefully. Respecting the map. Good night, Musanti. Hazard did make it past the dragon, yes. Alright, and then a couple jumps, you get back to the previous part. To the first quarter pipes. Jumping from here to here, and then you can land over here. You don't need to go all the way up. Making sure you don't have wet wheels anymore from the pool. Silicone. Drying them. And then the speed. Launch the first one, and now can just take the safe landing here. One more backflip, and then to the quarter pipes. Seems to be a good landing again. Alcon has a really nice low line jump there, and it seems to be fairly consistent. Landing in. Now hoping to turn the car a little bit more, so that the wheels actually grip the wall and we see magic happen. There we go. Zooping into the pool. Oh, well, weird bounces, but we're fine. Let me real quick restart the bot so we don't need to worry about it. Probably will not have a good moment for it anyway, but at least we can see the car. Lining up for this press forward section. And then the plastic bounces. This is a little bit to the side. Is it gonna still get the plastics? Gets both of them, but doesn't get into the pool. Recovery, maybe. Gets onto the plastic again, but bounces a little bit off, maybe to floor 13. Okay, floor 13. That's something. Okay, bot, work with me here. Oh, it works actually. It says to me that it's crashed still, but if it works, that's good enough for me. Well, Now it might be that Elcon needs to do this line. Last time that Elcon tried this, he went from here and then missed this landing here. This time, probably going to try it from the other side. So jumping from here and then going through here. Then using the plastic, get back here, and probably needs to do the common strategy afterwards. Or, I mean, you could probably just... maybe you can get enough speed just by dropping down here as well. I'm not really sure. It's gonna try it, it seems. Or... seems like it. Lands it. And then probably just maximizing speed here. Oh, not even maximizing. Just taking the sort of shortest path there. Makes sense. And yeah, these parts I'm not sure if Elcon has ever done before. Might need to investigate a little bit what to do here. A big jump to the left. Take the turbos, jump, and land a little bit to the left. Tricky one. Gonna try it now. Taking the speed, jumping, air brake, and... oh, it does get the grip. And now we get to try out the plastic bounce. Again, probably going to check the strategy. Flipping the car, bouncing with the back of the car. The speed seems fairly specific, so I don't know if this is gonna be like a one-shotable thing. Also, something that is possible to do here is to just bail out. Just not do the plastic punch. Because the risk is that you do land upside down and the run ends. So you could also just land here. That's gonna be safe. And then you can go back to the beginning of the floor. And you can do the shortcut that you're more comfortable with. Bren did get to floor 15 in the morning runs, but no one has gotten there since. On going in. Is this a little bit too far? Lands it first try. There we go. So now, these sections Elcon already did before. Very impressive. Going back and forth, getting the speed again. Into the plastic looks to be a good line. A little bit on the edge, but still makes it. And then the bounce into the pool. Oh, this is too short. It's a little bit to the side. I don't think it's gonna land in the pool either. Floor 10, best bet. Oh, lands onto something, but it's so difficult to save that. Oh, floor 10 ice, that's difficult as well. Floor 9, oh, misses everything there as well. And floor 6, still not going to happen. Even floor 5, no, it's all the way down. That's a rough one. I feel like the players have all been through those before, but never gets easier to deal with those. Still trying to reach floor 15, at least getting more practice on floor 14 and being able to, you know, get those runs in, get a little bit more time spent on these sections to hopefully make it through these parts next time. Good night, Sivbubs and Misuto. Okay, we might be calling it this as well, honestly. It's been a pretty late day, and it seems to be a good point. Still, Lars, I guess grinding. So might be getting some good runs in for sure. Oh yeah, a bit of a slower day for sure, but it's obviously becoming harder and harder to make progress. If the players made progress every single day, we would definitely finish the map this week, but that's not how it works. Because sometimes you're gonna have a really good day, like yesterday, and sometimes you're gonna have a day when you don't quite get much done. But we'll still have full session. Tommy is on a 9.5 hour stream. Am I gonna dare to rate him? Surely. Right. I haven't rated Sammy at all during this entire thing, so I think we might do that. But yeah, thank you so much guys for jumping in. Was a great session still. And yeah, if you have anything that, you know, we have some slower times during this whole grind as well. So if you have any questions about like different mechanics or something, we can definitely do these editor sessions between like strong runs. So definitely think of things that you are wondering about, and I can try my best to explain them as well. The path to finish from floor 15 after the dragon, it's a bit much, but I have gone through it today, like in the early session, if you want to check that out. But tomorrow we will do it again, explaining everything in that ending of the map. But yeah, much appreciate you guys. We are going to continue again